Good morning, Anna. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Miss Lees.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Great, I'm glad you could hear me. Thank you. Good morning. We're still waiting on some people. Here's Scott Dunbar joining. And staff, we're still waiting on staff. Has anyone heard anything about staff and whether it's having any difficulty?
Your Honor, would you like me to call John Bacacco?
I just got an email from Brad Borman. Okay, here we go. John Bacacco is just joining now.
Okay.
There he is. All right. David, I think we're ready to go on the record.
All right, Judge, I'm ready.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is the hearing in the case titled in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for approval of its 2021-2023 Transportation Electrification Plan, proposed plan riders and credit, and other associated relief. And the case number is 20-00150-UT. My name's Ashley Schonauer. I'm the hearing examiner who's been appointed for this case. I'd like to get appearances of counsel. Let's start with SPS.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Zoe Lees on behalf of SPS.
Will it just be you for the time of this hearing?
It will be, Your Honor.
Okay. I noticed you had other counsel filing pleadings, or at least participating in pleadings, but that's fine. Good morning.
These days we have to divide and conquer, Your Honor.
Well, conquering is always a good goal, huh?
That's right.
I'm not sure about dividing.
A lot going on. Thank you, Your Honor.
CCAE.
Good morning, all. Stephanie Zer for the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy. Avoidable energy. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get out of here. No, just kidding. We all have a lot to do. I'm recognizing that, but good morning, all.
Good morning. WRA.
Good morning, Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates, and with me is Adam Stafford, who you have admitted pro hoc vice.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. The Attorney General.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Brian McMath for Gideon Elliott, who is out this week. I'll be covering for the OAG.
Mr. McMath, can you turn on your video?
I can. I am not dressed for the occasion. I guess that's the only way to put it. If I could have the court's indulgence, I could be back in just a couple of minutes on video, if that's all right.
Well, I'd like to be able to see you however it is you're appearing. We will be taking a break later this morning. You can more appropriately at that time.
Certainly, Your Honor, and my apologies for my blank screen.
But you'll turn on your video now?
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we need to see people to know who's speaking, when, and it's good for the court reporter, it's good for me, it's good for everyone. So that's the reason for it.
Understood, Your Honor.
Charge point.
Good morning, Your Honor. Scott Dunbar of the law firm Keys and Fox here on behalf of ChargePoint.
So it'll be you, not Joseph Yar at all?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should enter the appearance of Mr. Yar. He's not present at the moment. He may be covering at some point, some points during the hearing, but for the most part, it will be me.
Okay, and staff?
Morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner John Bagacco, representing New Mexico Public Regulation Utility Division staff in this case. I've been covering for Mr. Borman, who was assigned to this case, and he's still assigned to it, but he's been taken away for a public hearing in the open meeting this morning at 9:30. So I will at least be covering this matter today for him, and thank you for having me. I will be presenting, well, we will be presenting two of our witnesses later in the week. As you know, Milo Chavez and Gabriela Dashino. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, good morning. Thank you for sitting in for Mr. Borman. I understand from our law clerk that there is no one signed up for public comment today. We typically take public comment at the beginning of the hearings. Is anyone aware of anyone that was intending to make public comment? Okay, so we'll move on. In terms of attire, you notice I'm not wearing a jacket, and I'm not going to be insisting that anyone wears a jacket. It's pretty warm in Santa Fe this week, and so if anyone wants to take off their jacket, I will not be upset about that. But otherwise, you know, we need to dress appropriately for the hearings. I'd like to start, before we get into the testimony, my pre-hearing order from the other week identified a number of exhibits that I intended to offer into the record as commission exhibits. And the pre-hearing order indicated that objections, if there were to be any objections, should have been filed last week, I think Thursday, and no objections were filed. So I'm going to take this opportunity to just admit those exhibits, and I will be identifying them for the record. So the first one is Commission Exhibit 1. It's SPS's response to the January 2021 bench request order. And that response was filed on February 3rd, 2021. The second exhibit is Commission Exhibit 2, which is SPS's responses number 2-2 through 2-14 to the January 25, 2021 bench request. Those were filed on February 3rd, 2021. That Exhibit 2, it omits, though, Commission Exhibit 3, which is a confidential exhibit. And that is SPS's confidential response to bench request number 2-1 in SPS's response to the January 25, 2021 bench request order. And that was also filed February 3, 2021. The next one is Commission Exhibit 4, which is a document titled NARUC's Electric Vehicles, NARUC''S, Key Trends, Issues, and Considerations for State Regulators. And it was referenced in Attachment A to the February 11, 2021 order requiring supplemental testimony, vacating procedural schedule, and scheduling pre-hearing conference. The next exhibit is Commission Exhibit 5, which is titled Vehicle Electrification, Federal and State Issues Affecting Deployment. And that was referenced in Attachment A to the February 11, 2021 order requiring supplemental testimony, vacating procedural schedule, and scheduling pre-hearing conference. The next one is Commission Exhibit 6, which is CCAE's response to the March 12, 21 bench request order And that response was filed on March 26, 2021. The next exhibit is Commission Exhibit 7, which is SPS's response to the May 14, 2021 bench request order issued by Commissioner Maestas, Maestas, that was filed May 21, 2021. And the last one is Commission Exhibit 8, which is staff's response to SPS's May 21, 2021 response to the May 14, 2021 bench request order issued by Commissioner Maestas, and that was filed May 28, 2021. Those exhibits are admitted. And then, unless we have anything else, we're ready to start with SPS's witnesses.
Your Honor, before I call Mr. Paquette to the stand, we do have Exhibit 1, which is the application and notice in this proceeding. The notice is the second notice that Your Honor asked us to send out, and we have identified that as Exhibit 1 and would ask that that exhibit be entered into the record.
Is there any objection? Okay, SPS Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Okay. And Jason, you can turn your video on now. The first witness SPS calls is Jason Paquette.
Mr. Lee, could you swear him in?
Mr. Paquette, would you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. My name is Jason Paquette. Last name is P-E-U-Q-U-E-T.
And I'm very embarrassed that I mispronounced your last name. Jason, I'm sorry.
It's a tough one.
I've placed in front of you, well, before I do that, can you please, for the record, state who your employer is and what position you hold with that employer?
Yes, I work for Xcel Energy Services as a principal consultant in the electric transportation department.
Thank you. And you should have 3 exhibits in front of you. The first is identified as SPS Exhibit 2. Can you please identify what that exhibit is?
Yes, Exhibit 2 is my direct testimony of Matthias Bell that I am adopting.
Great. And you do adopt this exhibit as your own, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
Not at this time.
Okay. The next exhibit that you should have in front of you is Exhibit SPS 3. Can you please identify that exhibit?
Yes, that is the rebuttal testimony of Matthias Bell.
And do you adopt this testimony as your own?
I do.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
Not at this time.
And the last exhibit you should have in front of you is labeled SPS Exhibit 4. Can you please identify that exhibit?
Yes, that is the supplemental direct testimony of Matthias Bell.
And do you adopt this testimony as your own?
Yes, I do.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in this testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, SPS moves for the admission of SPS Exhibit 2, 3, and 4 into the record.
Any objections? Okay, SPS Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 are admitted.
And I pass the witness for cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, according to my list here, Ms. Zer, you're up first for cross.
Okay, but in the next case, I'm changing our name to the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, so the C doesn't get us first all the time, but Happy to accommodate this time. Okay, so I just have a couple of questions for you. Could you pronounce your name again? Because I don't want to make that mistake of getting it wrong.
Yeah, certainly. It's Piquet. And no worries if you get it wrong.
Okay. So I understand that with regard to having credit card readers, let's see, I'm referring to page 20 of your rebuttal testimony. You've agreed that would be acceptable to the company to use credit card readers and require them at public charging stations, but you note you want the flexibility to reconsider that in the future. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And I think an important detail to call out is that we're not committing ourselves to any particular technology type, either now or in the future. It's important to see the responses and evaluate the responses in competitive solicitations that will inform multiple program offerings across states.
And I understand SPS is willing to consider looking for new programs for medium and large vehicles in its next plan.
Yeah, I don't believe we're committing to that. We'll certainly evaluate the needs of the market and our customers, and are happy to consider a program like that in a future TEP.
So what would convince you, what market signals would tell you that you need to add that program?
Well, simply demand from customers to support fleet charging. That's not something we've seen in our SPS service area quite yet. Obviously, we would want to support that if and when that happens. You know, we have similar programs in other jurisdictions, so it would be very fitting for us to bring that program to our SPS service area, but we just haven't seen demand for customers for that.
Have you all engaged in attempts to generate that demand, outreach to those customers, education, information, or are you just waiting to hear from them?
We regularly engage with customers, you know, not only on our team, but the regulatory team, our account managers, our community relations teams, and it's just not something that we've heard quite yet. You
haven't heard, but so I guess my question is more about what you're doing to start that conversation, since you're not hearing the demand yet.
Right, and I think that's an important role that our advisory services portfolio will play as part of the TEP, that we're educating customers, residential customers, our fleets, our communities about the benefits that EVs can bring, not only financially, but also in terms of air quality. And we hope through advisory services, we can generate some of this demand over the next few years.
Okay. And I want to confirm that you have agreed with Ona Porter, CCA's witness on low and middle income customers, that you have agreed to allow the low income rebate to be expanded to allow for costs for up to $2,500 in total to cover costs required for panel upgrades, right?
This was an item that we were neutral on, I believe, and so we'd look to the commission for guidance on this fact. You know, we don't oppose having a higher rebate for qualifying lower income customers, but it would likely entail a larger budget to support such a program. So we'd look to the commission for guidance.
Okay, did you look to the P&M case at all for guidance? Just curious if you know that the $2,500 is what they will be offering. They've agreed to in that case.
I have generally reviewed their plan. I didn't know that exact number was part of their proposal.
Okay, and I'm not trying to testify here. You're certainly welcome to ask Ms. Porter about that. So I apologize for injecting something not in the record. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is WRA.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please pronounce your name again?
Yes, happy to, Counselor. My last name is Piquet.
Piquet, okay. Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. Under the company's proposal, what does a customer have to pay to exit the home charging service?
I believe it's a $200 removal fee, and that simply covers the cost for Xcel Energy or our vendor to go to the customer site to remove the charging station.
Okay. Now, if a customer on the home charging service moves during the 10 years that they're paying the company for the residential charging station, what are their options?
I believe that they have two options, right? If they're moving within the SPS service area, they could simply continue to participate in the program, right? Enroll in the new residents, essentially transferring their participation in the program. And we would certainly look to the new tenant in the premise that they were vacating and see if they had an interest in participating in the program as well. And that way there wouldn't be any removal fee required of that customer. However, if they're moving outside of our service territory and or don't want to continue to participate in the program, there would be the removal fee applied.
Thank you. Could you please turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 45?
Sure.
Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, you see lines 12 to 14. There's a question asking, have the Minnesota and Colorado Public Utility Commissions allowed for transfer of ownership associated with the home charging services offered by Xcel Energy's operating companies in those states? And your answer is yes. You see that?
I do see that, yes. And if I apologize if it looks like I'm looking off screen. I have my testimony up on a second monitor.
All right, could you please turn to the document marked as Exhibit WRA3?
I don't have that exhibit in front of me, but happy to look at any document that you might have, Counselor.
Could your counsel get it to you? It's been filed.
Mr. Stafford, from your pre-hearing memo, I have that there's 2 exhibits. Can you tell me what exhibit 3 is?
Yes, it is the Colorado PUC decision number C21-0017.
So I don't know that it's appropriate to enter that as an exhibit in this case, but I do think that the hearing examiner can take administrative notice of it. I don't believe it was identified in your pre-hearing memo as an exhibit.
When did you identify this decision as an exhibit, Mr. Stafford?
It was identified, I believe, Monday or Tuesday of this week.
It was uploaded to the Dropbox site?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, well, it was not identified in your pre-hearing memo. What do you want us to do about this?
Well, I'd like you to take administrative notice of it, Your Honor. It's the Colorado PUC decision that he references in his testimony.
And Your Honor, I don't have a copy of that decision, so I would ask that Mr. Stafford get me and the witness a copy of that decision.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that we have with these online hearings. I mean, we have to comply with the requirements. People have to be aware of the exhibits before the hearing starts, and you just don't upload them without providing notice to people that they are going to be used at the hearing. So
Yeah, I believe that was, we uploaded, Your Honor, but I believe there was an oversight. We did not amend the notice.
Well, I don't know what we can do about it now. I mean,
All right, well,
And,
are you able
Your
to take
Honor-
administrative notice of it, Your Honor?
well, certainly we can take administrative notice of the that decision without admitting it as a piece of evidence in the record. I mean,
and Your Honor, I would object to any questions being asked of the witness about this decision, since we're just learning now about it and don't have it in front of us.
Mr. Stafford, are you planning to ask him any questions about this exhibit?
Yes, I had planned to, Your Honor, because I was under the assumption that it had been uploaded and distributed, so.
Okay, well, I will not allow any questions if the witness doesn't have the exhibit.
That would be reasonable, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, do you have other questions?
No, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was just going to ask, was there a page number in the testimony at which this case was cited, Mr. Stafford?
Yes,
I didn't catch that.
page 45.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, just a clarification, if SPS cited a case, the fact that you don't take judicial notice of it does not mean we can't refer to it in our briefs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Also, just a point of clarification, in SPS Exhibit 3, the rebuttal testimony, can you please tell me where it's cited? I'm looking at the page number on the bottom.
To whom is your question? Are you asking me or are you asking Mr.
Since you're asking the hearing examiner to take administrative notice of it, you said it was cited on page 45, but I don't see it. So can you clarify where it's cited for the record?
Right, there's the question, have the Minnesota and Colorado Public Utility Commissions allowed for transfer of ownership associated with the home charging services offered by Xcel Energy's operating companies in those states?
I understand. Your Honor, the answer to that question doesn't actually cite the decision that Mr. Stafford is referring to.
Okay, well, let's not get hung up about this administrative notice issue. People can cite to decisions from courts in other states, from administrative agencies in other states without having administrative notice taken of those decisions. But if the decisions are not readily available if they're not readily reported and available, you need to provide in your brief, when you try and cite to those cases, a link or some means of accessing that case.
Would it be acceptable to attach the case to the brief, Your Honor?
Sure, if you'd like to, yes, that's acceptable. I mean, the parties have to be able to be aware of the case, and it can't be hidden. So either attach it to the brief or provide a link that parties can use to access that decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so Mr. Stafford, I think you said that concludes your questions.
Yeah, the only other questions I have are regarding that decision. So I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Well, then next on my list is ChargePoint. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It's good to see you, Mr. Kay. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Dunbar. Good to see you.
I just have a couple of questions with regard to your rebuttal testimony, or I'll call it your rebuttal testimony, page 15. Would you turn to that, please, and let me know when you're there?
Okay, I'm there.
So starting at line 3, you state, however, SPS does not agree that level 2 charging equipment that customers procure must be networked. Do you see that?
I do.
And just for context, this discussion is in the context of the residential programs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that networked chargers allow for data collection?
Yes, they do, and there's other technological avenues to get charging data as well.
Do non-networked chargers allow for data collection?
Not themselves, no.
Okay. Would a customer be able to use a networked charger to participate in a managed charging program if SPS were to develop such a program in the future?
Yes, a networked station could participate in a current or future managed charging program.
But a customer could not use a non-networked charger to participate in a managed charging program, correct?
Well, again, the charger itself wouldn't be the avenue there, but there are other avenues, either through the vehicle itself or a device inserted into a car's onboard display port, and those can enable data collection as well.
But a non-networked charger would not enable data collection.
Not by itself, no.
And did you discuss those other means of collecting data that you just described a moment ago? Did you discuss those at all in your testimony?
Not in my testimony, no.
Xcel Energy, well, your sister company, Public Service Company of Colorado, has a similar residential home wiring rebate program that was just approved in Colorado. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that the Colorado program requires that customers who receive residential rebate install chargers with smart charging capabilities?
Yes, we do require this, the network charging requirement in our service area in Colorado. However, we depart from that in our proposal in New Mexico, given the different service area, the different unique characteristics of our customers and their needs. Here, as the EV market is growing from a smaller base.
Okay. And I think this was hopefully clear from the context of what you just said, but would you agree that the smart charging capabilities that are required in the Colorado program, that's synonymous with saying networked charger? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you please turn to page 17 of your testimony?
Sure, I'm there.
And I'm sorry, I'm looking for the line number. I forgot to. Okay. Down toward the bottom, starting at line 14. This is in the context of responding to CCAE's recommendation regarding a default pricing arrangement to EV drivers, and you state, quote, in order to balance the considerations discussed above, SPS proposes to set up its contracts with site hosts to pass on a time-varying price signal to drivers as a default rate that the site host can opt out of, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Does the testimony provide any more details about this alternative proposal?
I don't believe so, no.
So what is the ratio between on-peak and off-peak rates that site hosts will be required to charge drivers as a default arrangement?
But we have not established that requirement.
So there's no definition as to what time varying means. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. We're trying to give site hosts and our customers as much flexibility here as possible. I think that's important at this early stage of the market. We're trying to strike the appropriate balance here. And so simply saying some form of a time varying price signal is the goal here.
Would a customer be able to comply with this proposed requirement by charging EV drivers a cheaper rate during the day and a more expensive rate in the evening or at night?
I think that would go against one of the provisions established in the EV statute, or HB 521, that says the programs brought forward through utility TEPs should look to improve the efficiency of the grid. So we'd like to encourage charging during off-peak times, and so that's outside of the afternoon and early evening hours. And so, you know, as this time varying signal would flow down, or the default option would flow down to customers, presumably this would mean a higher rate during on-peak times and a lower rate during off-peak times.
And you say presumably, and I assume you use the word presumably because none of those details you just described have been established yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. We did not go into detail here in my rebuttal testimony, but we would establish any further details in a customer terms and conditions sheet.
Would site hosts need to would the time varying prices that site hosts charge need to correspond precisely to the time periods of the underlying time of use rate?
I think there's a number of time periods reflected in our rates, both in residential and commercial rates. And so kind of the general principle being a higher rate of some form during one of those on-peak periods and a lower rate during other times.
But if a site host wanted to end their on-peak period that they were charging drivers early, could they do that so that the time periods did not perfectly correspond? Would that be an option?
I'm sorry, Counselor, could you repeat that question?
Well, so I don't have your commercial time of use tariffs in front of me, but just as an example, I know in Colorado, the on-peak period ends at 7 p.m. So if I were a commercial site host, would I need to end my on-peak period that I'm charging drivers at 7 p.m. or could I decide to end it at 6 or 6:30 if I wanted to?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think those specifics are up to the site host, you know, within some reasonable range, and that reasonable range would be established in any terms and conditions for the program. Okay.
And we've been talking about requirements, but the testimony that we just read says that site hosts can opt out of this. So when would site hosts be able to exercise that option to opt out of this so-called default arrangement?
As written in my rebuttal testimony, there's no restriction on the timing of when a customer could opt out of this. So in theory, they could opt out from the beginning.
Okay. And what will be the process by which they opt out if they want to do so at the beginning? Do they just check a box when they're filling out the rebate application, or how would this work?
I would imagine they would inform Xcel Energy in some form of writing that they are opting out of that provision.
Okay. Would you please turn to page 19 of your testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
And so here on this page, you describe SPS's reasons for disagreeing with ChargePoint's recommendation to allow site hosts to choose the charging equipment that is deployed through the utility-owned DCFC program. Is SPS, well, I'll just ask you an open-ended question. When is SPS, if this program is approved, when is SPS planning to start deploying DC fast chargers?
Well, in our proposal, we had, I think, about 8 DCFC stations to be deployed across the 3-year time period of our proposed TEP. I believe those stations were focused in 2022 and 2023. So I would expect that stations to begin being deployed in 2022.
Okay, so there's not much of a delay during which private developers would be able to start filling any charging gaps in your service territory, correct?
Well, I think there would be a delay in 2022, right? We've committed to hosting at least an application round or 2 for our Make Ready program for public charging. So through that process, we could see what gaps, if any, are being filled. And that would allow us to make decisions later in 2022 about where some of these stations could go. What sites best balance the need to provide fast charging options for customers who can't charge at home, for those that are traveling through our service area. So I think both of these elements could happen in 2022.
Okay. And is it correct, since you reject ChargePoint's recommendation to allow site hosts to choose the charging equipment and network service provider of the chargers deployed on their property, the SPS will conduct a solicitation and deploy the 8 DC fast chargers from a single vendor?
We've committed to offering at least 2 hardware solutions for site hosts in our public fast charging program. So not just one.
Could you point me to that?
Yes, I'm looking for it. One moment.
No problem. Take your time, please.
On page 19 of my rebuttal testimony, on lines 3 and 4, I say we've seriously considered the recommendation and decided to propose choice for site hosts and offer at least 2 hardware options.
I apologize, Mr. Piquet. I was reading too quickly as I was preparing. So could you please just describe a little bit how this would work? So there'll be two hardware options for the site hosts where these stations are located, but only one network service provider. Is that correct?
I think that the key difference there would be one or more network service provider. There's more of an administrative burden as we see it on incorporating multiple network providers, and so it could absolutely happen, but we didn't want to commit to that at the outset here.
Okay. And so SPS will conduct a solicitation to select 2 approved hardware vendors for the utility-owned DC fast charging program, and then site hosts will be able to choose between those hardware options, correct?
Correct. Yes, and this will be a solicitation that informs multiple programs across a number of states.
Okay, and I'm just trying to flesh this out, the relationship between your acceptance of the choice with respect to hardware and your reluctance with respect to the network service providers. So will both hardware choices be required to operate on the same network that you've selected, or how will that work?
That's true. If we do select one network provider, both hardware options would have to work with that provider. We think that's feasible, but of course, right, we could have multiple hardware providers and multiple network providers at the end of the solicitation. It's too early to know, though.
Okay. Is it your understanding that some hardware, well, let's not get into that actually. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. McKay. I believe I have just a couple of more questions. I apologize, I forgot to write down the line number for this question as well. Would you please turn to page 46 of your rebuttal testimony?
Certainly. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so on this page, you oppose ChargePoint's recommendation that SPS allow vendors to qualify new equipment for the home wiring program at least semi-annually. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's what I say here on lines 6 through 9.
So what does SPS believe is the right frequency of solicitations to qualify new equipment into this program?
We have not yet determined the frequency of this, right? And like all aspects of our proposal, we're trying to find the right balance here. It is very administratively burdensome to host a competitive solicitation for charging equipment, both for the hardware as well as for the network services, right? We've actually started this process to inform some other offerings in other jurisdictions this winter. It's still ongoing now, several months later. And so the thought of doing this on a semi-annual basis was essentially mean that we'd never stop having an open solicitation of some sort in the market. And so we absolutely want to have an avenue for new equipment to feed into our programs, certainly for SPS as well as other jurisdictions. But we haven't quite figured out what the right cadence to that is, though.
So what is the process then that you're proposing for when a charging vendor comes out with a new product or an updated new version of an existing product? What is the process that vendor takes to make sure that customers can select that new product through the SPS program?
Right now, it would rely on an additional competitive solicitation for that new product offering to be offered through one of our programs. We want to make.
Continue, please. I'm sorry.
We want to make sure that there are on-ramps to our program, so that we're offering customers the latest and greatest in some situations, but we have to balance that with the costs internally on updating this on a regular basis. And so we think there's a balance to be struck here, whether or not it's every year, every other year, or possibly kind of once per TEP, right? I think there's a cadence here that will strike the appropriate balance, but has not yet been determined what that is.
So just to summarize, make sure my understanding is correct. So a solicitation will be the only process by which vendors can get new products qualified into the program, but SPS just hasn't determined how often it's going to host or hold such solicitations. Is that correct?
A competitive solicitation is one of the options. I would further clarify that. I wouldn't shut the door to other routes here. But again, the exact cadence and details of this process have not yet been determined.
Okay. When you say that down toward the bottom of that page, you say Excel Energy has introduced new equipment and programs in other jurisdictions. Are you referring to introducing equipment outside of a competitive solicitation?
That could be one route. If we can ensure competitive prices for customers. I think there's other ways besides hosting a competitive solicitation each time. Okay. Again, there are some details to work out there.
Okay. Just one more topic, Mr. Piquet. If you please turn to page 48 and 49. So there you address charge points. This is going back to the DC fast charging program. I should say the Excel owned DC fast charging program. And you oppose ChargePoint's recommendation to give site hosts the option to be the utility customer of record and to set prices to drivers, and SPS opposes that recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, we oppose that recommendation at this time. It looks and feels like a different program to us. And so I think that's something to consider in the future, but it's not something that we're proposing at this time.
Would you agree, just generally speaking, that in a competitive market, one of the ways in which market players compete is on price?
I agree.
And market players also compete based on the choices that they offer in the market? The choices in products and service options?
Yes, they're products and services. Yes, I agree.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Piquet. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McMath, do you have any questions?
The state does not have any questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Bogatko?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bouquet, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fine. As you may have heard, I'm John Bogatko, and I'm sitting in for Mr. Borman on behalf of staff in this case. And I know that we have you down for 30 minutes, but I think I'll be able to take less time if that's all right with you.
Take all the time you need, Counselor.
All right. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to the direct testimony of Mr. Bell, which you're sponsoring. It's been marked as SPS Exhibit 2, and I would take it there to page 7, if you would.
Sure.
And do you recall that, is it correct that this direct testimony was filed in this case on July 21st, 2020?
Yes, I believe it was July 2020.
Okay, well, going back to page 7 there on lines 4 through 5, it says that in New Mexico as a whole, there were roughly 3,400 EVs at the end of 2019, with about 1,000 of those sold in 2019 alone. Given the date of that and the date of this testimony, does SPS have any updated information to provide in regards to those numbers?
Yes, I'm happy to provide an update there. And I believe in one of the bench requests, I believe 1-1, we also indicated that we'd be happy to update these numbers when the data was available. And so we recently have gotten access to year-end 2020 data. And so I can say that for New Mexico as a whole, at the end of 2020, there was roughly 4,380 EVs registered in the state. And specifically within SPS's service area, instead of roughly 100 at the end of 2019, now there's about 127, we estimate, at the end of 2020.
In SPS's service area?
Correct.
All right, thank you for that. Now, are you familiar with SPS's service area in New Mexico in terms of how it breaks down per rate class?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that question, Council?
Can you give me a rough outline of the different types of customers that comprise SPS's customers in its New Mexico service territory?
Yes, I can speak generally to this, although I believe Mr. Luth can certainly go into more detail. But our service territory in New Mexico is more rural, and much of the electricity we provide is to commercial and industrial classes, and less so to the residential class.
And do you know what the rough breakdown is between commercial and industrial versus residential in SPS's New Mexico service territory?
I do not know that specific breakdown, no.
Is it fair to say that commercial and industrial comprise the bulk of SPS's load in its New Mexico service territory?
I believe that is correct.
All right, so given everything that we just talked about in terms of how you characterized SPS's New Mexico service territory, are you aware of any other similar service territories with those characteristics wherein XL or one of its subsidiaries has implemented a TEP?
We have implemented TEPs in Colorado and Minnesota, and those service areas are quite different than our service area in New Mexico. And as a result, our program offerings in this proceeding look different than they do in other jurisdictions.
Is it fair to say that SPS's New Mexico service territory is fairly unique in comparison to other service territories in the XL family?
I think each service area where we provide service is unique compared to all others. I think that's true for SPS as well as for other jurisdictions that we serve.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fouquet. Now I direct your attention to page 8 of that direct testimony. I'm specifically looking at lines 1 through 2. I'll give you a second to get there.
I'm there.
You see there on line 1 where it starts, it says, but there are only about 100 public fast charging ports throughout the whole state at just 23 sites. Am I reciting that correctly, Mr. Fouquet?
Yes.
Now, like before, do you have any updates to give in terms of this data?
I believe we provided an update to this table in one of our discovery responses. I believe that the number is now higher at roughly 115 or 120 public fast charging ports throughout the state, but I could be remembering that incorrectly.
Okay. Do you know how many of those DCFC fast charging ports are located in SPS's New Mexico service territory currently?
I think there are very few of those that are located in SPS's service area.
And do you know where those are located in SPS's service area? For example, you can be general. Are they located to a major highway, or are they nestled in some of the towns, if you know?
I believe the public fast charging ports in our service area are concentrated in the Tucumcari area. Outside of that, there are a couple public level 2 stations in our service area, one in Roswell, one in another area, I believe. And so I think the takeaway here is that access to public charging generally is very limited in our service area, and access to public fast charging is even more limited in our service area.
And when you talk about Tucumcari, then if you know, are those fast charging points located right next to Interstate 40, or are they somewhere off of Old 66 as it runs through Tucumcari, if you know?
I believe they're within a few miles of I-40. I don't know how far.
Okay. And provided that SPS's TEP plan is approved, does SPS have any intent or desire to encourage potential vendors who come in to deploy DCFC fast charging to locate them along, heavily traveled corridors such as 40 and 66?
We want to support the private sector developing public charging infrastructure as much as we can. That informed our program design on our Make Ready for Public Fast Charging program. It's not up to determine exactly where the private market wants to make investments. We want to support the Make Ready element of that to help lower these upfront costs.
And in SPS's analysis of its service territory for purposes of this TEP case, did it make any inquiry into, for example, the average commuting times or distances of folks that live in SPS's New Mexico service territory?
Not specifically for the customers within our service territory.
Thank you, Mr. Puche. I would direct your attention now to the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Bell that you've sponsored. It's been marked as SPS Exhibit 3, and specifically, I'd like to go to page 12, if you would.
Sure, I'm there.
So you see there on page 12, lines 8 through 16, SPS is discussing its proposed alternative to Mr. Kressig's recommendation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You see down there on lines 9 through 10, you say, yes, SPS proposes requiring customers to participate in a time-varying rate or a charging optimization program for at least 1 year. Did I recite that correctly?
You did.
And then down there on line 11, you start, and this goes through line 16, you say the requirement of 1 year will help customers understand the benefits they will realize.
Sorry, counsel, can you slow down?
Absolutely, I'm sorry about that.
Mr. Begacco, could you give a page number again? I missed that when I was holding up.
It's page 12 of the rebuttal, and I'm looking at lines 11 through 16.
Thank you.
All right, here we go again. So starting on line 11, Mr. Bouquet, it says the requirement of 1 year will help customers understand the benefits they will realize from lower off-peak rates and/or the annual incentives provided by the EV optimization programs. Did I recite that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you know, what is that claim based on? For example, was there some sort of behavioral psychologist engaged by SPS to sort of inform you in that claim, or what? If you could enlighten me, please.
Sure. No, it's just based on a common understanding that if you require a customer to participate in a program for a given amount of time, there could be a higher likelihood that they become familiar with the goals of the program, which is to encourage charging during off-peak times.
And so then I can take it that you would still maintain that claim is applicable to SPS's New Mexico service territory.
Correct.
And then below that on line 14, to line 16, you state the 1 year requirement will also encourage a habit of charging during low cost times for the grid while not having a requirement be in place for multiple years. Did I recite that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And can I take it then that the basis for that claim is, I would guess, identical to the one that you just explained in reference to the sentence in lines 11 through 14?
Correct.
Now, going back up to lines 10 through 11, you state, for low-income customers, SPS will allow them to opt out of this requirement at any point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, with that in mind, and going to page 13 now, on lines 2 through 3, you say, similar to other programs offered by Xcel Energy, SPS proposes to claw back the initial rebate provided to a customer in the event that they opt out. Is that a fair summation of that testimony?
Correct. This would be for non-low income customers.
Okay. So I think you've answered my question then. So the low income customers are exempt from the clawback provision. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know you're not an attorney, and this might elicit an objection from your attorney, but giving low income customers basically immunity to the clawback provision, does that, if you know, run afoul of our rule against discriminatory rate making here at the commission?
I will offer an objection. Counsel's asking the witness to provide a legal opinion, and he is not a lawyer.
And I would respond, yes, that is true, but he is a subject matter expert engaged in interpretation and application of regulations and statutes in the realm of utility regulation. And I think to the extent that he can offer a lay opinion, if he knows, would be permissible.
Yeah, overruled.
Jason, you can answer the question. That's what
Thank
that
you.
means.
The goal of this provision is really looking at one of the considerations established in the EV statute, which is to increase access to electricity as a transportation fuel for all, particularly low-income customers. And so the company determined that, reducing the barriers to electric transportation as much as possible for low-income customers is one method to do that. And so specifically for the requirement to participate in a time of use rate or managed charging program, we didn't want to impose any type of barrier here for low-income customers. There's a chance that a low-income charging rate or an optimization program might not work for their preferences or their charging schedules. They might need to charge during the day in order to get to a job during overnight or some other situation in which participation in this program might not be helpful for their exact context. We don't want to erect any barriers to that customer participating in our programs and adopting electric vehicles. So that's really what's informing these program considerations, right? Both on the clawback as well as the opt-out requirement.
Thank you for answering my question, Mr. Bouquet. And I think based on all the other questions that came before mine and what you just told me, I don't have any more questions for you. So I thank you very much for participating in this case and being here today. And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would pass the witness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Piquet, I have some questions for you. This SPS has presented a 3-year plan, and wondering how the years are defined. Are they defined by calendar years? Are they defined by 12-month periods? How are they defined?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, your audio broke up right when you started asking that question. Could you repeat what is defined specifically?
The years of the plan. Are they defined by calendar year or by periods?
That's a good question. So we find ourselves here a year after we filed the plan. We still think it works as a 3-year plan. That we've developed it to ramp up gradually from year 1 to year 2 and even to year 3. And so we still think it works best in that context. However, could we implement this plan over 2 years? Yes, but then we would advocate for having the same budget in order to be able to do that, because we think that there's synergies here with having advisory services try to increase awareness of our programs, the awareness of EVs to drive enrollment in our programs. We think we can do a lot of that in 2 years, of course, with the same budget resources available, but our preference would be for maintaining a 3-year plan.
Well, what is the end date for the 3 years of your plan?
Well, as filed, Your Honor, it was 2021 through 2023. So if this plan were to go into effect into 2022, which is likely more realistic at this point, it would then apply to 2022 to 2024.
So it would be the calendar years, the 2022, 2023, and 2024?
Correct.
Okay. I have a couple of questions that reflect the low level of knowledge that we have at the PRC, at least among hearing examiners, in terms of electric vehicles. So if you could bear with me on some of these. I guess the first one is the chargers for the home charging service. What do they do? Do they do more than just charge the battery of the car?
That is their main function, Your Honor. There's actually increasingly product differentiation in the market, right? Which is what you'd expect to see in any growing market. And so there are, particularly among the ones with smart charging capabilities, various controls that the customer would have to control the charging, remotely from a smartphone application or otherwise. But yes, the primary purpose of these home residential charging stations is to charge your vehicle in a manner that's much faster than just plugging it into a standard 120 volt wall outlet.
Do they act as the meter for XL?
Not in what we've proposed as part of our TEP here, Your Honor. In theory, can they? Yes, we have a program in another jurisdiction that is doing just that. However, that's not what we proposed here.
In terms of the EV optimization, do the chargers restrict the customer's ability to charge at various times throughout the day?
As we proposed in our EV optimization program, we wouldn't restrict the customer from charging when they need. We feel that that's really important. We're trying to decrease the barriers here to electric transportation, not increase them in significant ways. However, to continue to be a part of the program, to receive that annual credit in response to good charging behavior, the customer needs to adhere to at least a minimum level of charging during off-peak times. I think we've set that level at around 25% of the time. They need to stick to their schedule. However, we believe that strikes the right balance on giving them flexibility to charge when they need, while also encouraging charging during the established schedule, particularly during off-peak times.
Are the chargers, can the chargers be programmed by the customer to charge only at the times that they opt into in your program?
Yes, the chargers can provide that scheduling. Sometimes the vehicles themselves can also provide that scheduling. There's multiple avenues here, and we want to make it as easy for the customer as possible. So we'll provide multiple avenues for a customer to participate in our EV optimization program, either through the charger, through their vehicle, or even a third option through a device inserted into the OBD port in the vehicle.
Can the company restrict the times of charging through the charger?
In theory, yes. However, that's not what we've proposed here in our EV optimization program. What you're envisioning is a more what we would call a dynamic version of optimization, in which the actual start and stop times of charging, the power capacity being provided can be adjusted in real time, either by a utility or a third party, but that's not what we proposed here in our plan at this time.
How is the customer's consumption measured for billing purposes? Is there a separate meter?
For residential customers, the billing would occur through their normal meter attached to their home. And so charging the electricity used to charge a vehicle is simply part of that household's total monthly consumption.
So no separate meter is required.
Not for our residential customers. We didn't think that's the most cost-effective approach.
Is a separate meter required for the company's time of use rates?
I believe that metering does require different technology than a standard meter. However, company witness Mr. Luth might be able to discuss that in more detail.
What kind of data is collected by the charger?
This will vary by charger, but it can be quite granular. It can be total kilowatt hours provided per session or over a given period, the demand per charging stations per charging session, so that the kilowatts. It can be the times that these sessions start and stop. There can be quite a lot of data gleaned from the charging stations.
Does the company have a plan for identifying what kinds of data need to be
Yes, as we proposed as part of our kind of evaluation and reporting efforts, we would provide some of this data annually to the commission, particularly for the stations that Xcel Energy would own and operate, both in the residential home charging service as well as for the fast charging stations we would operate. We would have access to all of that data.
Okay, well, what kinds of data is the company intending to collect?
Well, I think it's along similar lines there, right? It's for the smart charging stations deployed to our residential program and our fast charging stations. We can determine the kilowatt hours, the kilowatts, the times of the charging, the extent of charging occurring off peak versus on peak. However, that would require in most situations a networked charger. We believe most of the stations we'll be offering through our programs would be network stations. Although, of course, per the discussion earlier, we wouldn't be requiring network stations for all of our residential customers if they choose to provide their own equipment. So in those situations, we would have access potentially to less data.
Well, for the networked charging stations, who receives the data that is collected by the chargers?
What would be the customer would have access to their data, the charging provider would, and if it's a station that we've deployed through one of these programs, we would have access to that data as well.
So how is the data networked? How do you receive it? Is it through the internet, through a wireless transmission? How is it done?
There's various ways here, going from more automated solutions whereby the customer or the utility can access that information quite regularly. There's also more manual options whereby this information is provided on a regular basis in another format.
Well, your plan talks about vendors that SPS is going to select to, I guess, help administer this this part of the program. Do those vendors receive the data?
The vendor specifically for the EV optimization program, the chief goal of that program is to know when is charging happening, right? The total amount of kilowatt hours occurring during the established schedule for that customer, and the total amount of kilowatt hours happening outside of that schedule. And so largely speaking, on peak times and off peak times. So that certainly will be available to us, by default of enrolling in that program. As we were discussing, there's more data that's available through network stations, but that won't always be the case as we proposed.
Okay, well, I'm still not clear about how it works. Is the data transmitted in real time to someone like the vendor or to the company?
Right. So in the case, let's choose a specific scenario to just be a little bit more specific here. So in the case where a customer does not have a network station, they received a rebate from SPS for home wiring to offset those costs. They've got a non-network station, but they have to, as we proposed, enroll in either a time of use rate or the EV optimization program. Assuming that they enrolled in the EV optimization program to satisfy that requirement, that solution offered either through the vehicle itself, we'll have some partnerships through the vehicles, or through a third-party device inserted into the car's onboard display port. We would be receiving that information either from the automaker or that third party that provides a dongle for the port. We'd be receiving that information directly from that third party. Does that help explain your question?
Well, if I have you're talking about the non-networked solution, right?
In that example, yes.
Okay. We'll talk about the network solution.
Right, so the network solution simply offers another option here. So if that same customer, right, they're a non-low income customer, they've received a home wiring rebate. Now there's three options technically for the company to receive that charging data in order to ensure that the participant is charging during the right time periods. And so then those three options are receiving the data from the charging station itself, receiving the data from a third-party provider through the OBD port, or through the vehicle itself. And we think that flexibility is quite helpful from a cost effectiveness perspective, right? We can choose the solution, the data transfer solution that is the most affordable to keep costs low for these programs. And so yes, in theory, we could receive that data from the charging provider or one of those other routes that I listed.
Okay. Well, who pays for the transmission of the data? Does a customer need to have an internet connection to be able to do this?
That's one route. If we're using the networked station, it would likely rely on a customer's Wi-Fi network. But it could also be through the vehicle or through the OBD port. Those don't always have to rely on Wi-Fi.
So the vehicle will have the ability to transmit the data to, I assume, to someone, the auto manufacturer, I suppose. Is that right?
I believe in some cases that is right. Yes.
What, are there any limitations on how the data is used? Can it be sold to third parties?
We would be very clear about that in any terms and conditions that the customer would be agreeing to participate in one of these programs. But no, we would not be selling this data to third parties. We keep all customer data very confidential.
Well, what about the vendors, the SPS selected vendors? Do they have the ability to sell the data?
That's a good question, Your Honor. I'm not sure about that. I think that would be, we would have some role to play in some of this through our programs. However, we would not be determining the relationship between the customer and their vehicle and the customer and their charging station if they procure their own station. So I'm not sure what those terms and conditions look like, but it is not our intent at all to be selling customer data.
Well, the vendors that you select, will they be solely acting on your behalf? Or will they be able to use that data for any other purposes?
The hope is that they'd be acting on our behalf. So we would have contracts with those providers to provide this data to us. And of course, we would treat that data as confidentially as possible and would seek to restrict any sale of customer data.
Well, how is it done in the other states where you have these programs?
We have relationships. Actually, we're establishing them now in some other jurisdictions. Establishing those terms and conditions now to set the confines of this program. We've drafted quite strict language on these data provisions for ourselves, and the hope is that this would also apply to the data service providers as well.
You use the word hope.
It's a good question. I'm just thinking about the extent to which we can come between the customer and their relationship with their vehicle provider, and the customer and the relationship with their own charging station provider. We don't have the authority to dictate the terms of those relationships. We can only control the terms of our programs. And I can tell you with confidence that our programs will be treating this data confidentially. Of course, we'll be fulfilling any reporting requirements that are required coming out of this, both that we've proposed as well as any additional ones from the commission. So that's why if it seems like I'm hesitating, it's only because the utility cannot dictate those terms of between entities that we're not involved with.
But you will be involved in an agreement with the vendor. I mean, the vendor you'll be paying the vendor to do certain things, and it sounds like one of those things is to collect data for you. Could you not restrict the use of the data that they collect on your behalf?
Yeah, absolutely we could. And I believe that's how we've drafted it, Your Honor. So for our program specifically, yes, we will be restricting the use of this data.
What about upgrades to the distribution network in the neighborhood, let's say, of the customer who purchases an EV and wants to charge it? Is it possible that there will be a need to upgrade the distribution network in the immediate area of that customer?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that the company is actively investigating. We hope through our requirements here, as listed in the EV statute, right? To be focusing TEP programs in ways that improve the efficiency of the grid. We think encouraging nighttime charging, particularly with staggered schedules for when that charging starts, is great for using the existing capacity of the grid. And we hope that the staggering aspect of that helps on the local distribution system to not overwhelm any transformers that serve one or two or three customers. Will there need to be distribution system investments to support EVs? Absolutely. But what we're trying to do here is minimize those costs.
Well, if there is a need to upgrade the distribution network, who would pay for that?
That would be subject to our existing line extension policies at specific customer sites, which might cover a portion of that. I think other distribution system investments, as well as transmission and generation investments in the future as EVs continue to grow, are all treated differently. But yes, over time there will be required investments on those fronts, some of which would be borne by rate classes in class cost of service studies, and others would be subject to line extension policies.
So
I'm sorry, subject to
cost allocations established in rate cases, and others would be subject to distribution line extension policies.
Thank you.
is that a potential obstacle to the deployment of electric vehicles?
I think we've identified in the near term what we think are the major obstacles. I don't think system investments are an obstacle at this point, particularly with such a low number of EVs at the moment. We really think it's focusing on EV education, awareness about our programs, and helping customers overcome some of those high initial upfront costs for charging.
I asked quite a few questions in bench requests about how long it takes to charge vehicles, electric vehicles, and I think most of them related to the the capability of the charger. Level 1, level 2, DC, FC. But is it accurate to say that electric vehicles also have limits and different capabilities on how fast they charge?
That's true, Your Honor, although that's more applicable to the fast charging context. So some vehicles are only able to charge up to 50 kilowatts. Others are able to charge at much higher capacities. But every vehicle every vehicle that I'm aware of is able to charge at the level 1 and level 2 rates.
And so those would be 50 kilowatts and 150 kilowatts?
So level 1 is just a couple kilowatts, right? That's your standard 120 volt wall outlet. The level 2 stations are usually around 7 kilowatts or so. These rates can vary a little bit, but the fast chargers are usually defined as charging rates of 50 kilowatts or higher.
You mentioned 150 kilowatts as a level that certain batteries, I guess, can charge at. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a higher level than 150?
There are some charging equipment providers rolling out stations that can charge at up to 350 kilowatts. So there are higher capacities capable in the market, although not all vehicles can charge at rates that high.
So I would assume that the vehicles that can charge at the faster rates are more expensive. Is that right?
That's a good question. Not necessarily. I think some of the Tesla vehicles can charge at higher rates, and obviously it's been a big focus of that company to reduce costs and have affordable sedan options as much as possible. So that might be the exception there, but generally you might be correct.
What, do you know what the service life of a battery is? An electric vehicle's battery?
This is an active place of investigation in the industry. In our cost benefit study that was provided as attachment 3 or 4 to my direct testimony, and apologies if that's not the right attachment number, but in that cost benefit analysis, we worked closely with E3, a consulting firm, to model the benefits, the costs and benefits of EVs. And in that analysis, we assumed a 12-year life to these vehicles. And that's largely informed by the expected life of these batteries. So we think that provides a useful life that's very comparable to an existing internal combustion engine vehicle.
Well, there's been some testimony about the sharp drop in prices of EVs, used EVs, compared to the price of a new EV. And tell me if I'm wrong, I assume that is related to the life of the battery. Am I wrong?
I think there's a number of intervening variables there, Your Honor. One of them is that some of the EV customers you see in the market are kind of interested in the latest and greatest on the technology side. And so you see a lot of them leasing these vehicles rather than purchasing them. So particularly now and over the next year or two, you're going to see a lot of vehicles coming off of a 3-year lease. And so that's why the used market will increasingly have electric vehicle options, which we think is great for improving affordability here. However, there are some other variables that are, or factors that are pushing up prices on all vehicles, including new and used at the moment, given some supply constraints and chip shortages as a result of the pandemic.
Well, you mentioned a 12-year life. Is there also an expectation of mileage associated with the service life of a battery?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a function of cycles, charging cycles that can correlate pretty closely with miles, but is slightly different. And so, in the modeling we've undertaken with E3, they've assumed that these electric vehicles are used in many ways the same as traditional internal combustion engines. However, as part of that analysis, we lopped off the high tails of consumer driving needs. And so if a consumer needs to drive long distances every day and doesn't have access to charging to support that, then we assumed in the analysis that they would not adopt an EV. And so the driving patterns as a result of that on average might include slightly less mileage compared to traditional vehicles, but for all intents and purposes, we think it's very comparable.
Well, is there an expectation about service life in terms of mileage?
I think the expectation is that these vehicles will be lasting just as long as traditional vehicles.
So you don't really have a particular mileage life that you're aware of?
I'm trying to think back to some of the detailed assumptions that went into our analysis with E3. I'm blanking on what the exact mileage is of that. However, I'm happy to look into it and get back to you. I would look to my counsel as to how we could do that.
Well, yeah, I would like to know that. I mean, we're going to be here at least through tomorrow, so maybe you could get an answer to that by tomorrow.
Sure.
Your Honor, can I just clarify with you the question exactly that you would like us to answer so that we can get that information for you? How much mileage What's the mileage life of these vehicles?
Yes,
Okay.
batteries, right? Do you know how much a replacement battery would generally cost for a electric vehicle?
I believe those are in the several $1,000 range, Your Honor. But again, I don't have a specific figure in mind. The hope, of course, is that these vehicles don't require battery replacements, either regularly or at all, or over the assumed 12-year life that we used in our analysis. However, in certain circumstances, it could happen, just as traditional vehicles need new engines at times.
Well, I'm just trying to get an idea of how realistic it is to expect that people will be able to buy and use used electric vehicles. And, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I think the overarching takeaway there, Your Honor, would be these vehicles are expected to serve drivers' needs in the vast majority of situations. And so there's some talk in the industry of batteries being developed today lasting for 1 million miles. And I'm not saying that that's going to be the case for every vehicle, but it's certainly the goalpost that's driving a lot of the auto manufacturers. And so, even at rates that are, or lives that are a quarter of that or half of that, would be outpacing some traditional vehicles.
Thank you. Could you turn to I guess it's Commission Exhibit 1. It's the first set of bench request responses. Do you have them available to you?
I don't have them up at the moment. Maybe Miss Lees could pull them up.
I will email it to you now if you are having trouble finding it.
Thank you.
Have you received it?
Apologies, Your Honor. My email was closed for the hearing so that I wouldn't get distracted by emails. So it's just going to take a moment. Your Honor, we've been going over an hour with Jason at this point. Maybe we can take a 5-minute break. I can send him these exhibits and folks can use the restroom or something while I'm doing that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Could you make sure to send him the responses to the first and second bench requests?
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great time to take this break. It's about 10:45. Let's come back at 11 o'clock. So we're recessing until 11 o'clock.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, there are two matters I'd like to run by you before you go back on the record.
They don't need to be on the record?
Well, I guess that's up to you. One, they're procedural, and one is related to hearing practice. So for example, I asked for Mr. Stafford's help because there's a lot that I have to do today, and I would like to be excused from portions of the hearing. Mr. Stafford will be serving as lead counsel anyway. I did turn off my camera for a while because I am working on other things and I didn't want to be distracting to you and the other parties.
So you're wondering whether you can be excused?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Also, the other matter is I just wanted to take responsibility. Mr. Stafford did ask me for everything he had to do to use that exhibit in a Zoom hearing. And I went to your pre-hearing order and I noticed that our pre-hearing memo was filed before the deadline for uploading exhibits to the Dropbox. So I assumed that it would be okay to add exhibits up to that Dropbox uploading deadline. But I guess what I should have done is amend my pre-hearing memo. Is that correct?
No, people are, if we're going to be doing this, this probably should be on the record. I mean,
Okay.
Go ahead, Judge.
Okay, we're ready, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go back on the record. While we were off the record, Ms. Beatles asked if she could be excused at various points throughout the hearing, and I agreed that that's fine. But then we also got into a short discussion about the practice of identifying exhibits and when that needs to be done and whether that needs to be done prior to the posting of the exhibits on Dropbox. And my answer to it is that with online hearings like this, people need to identify their hearings and their exhibits in advance. And then there is some amount of time provided to get those exhibits posted on Dropbox, but there's no expectation that additional exhibits will be allowed beyond the date of the date that the pre-hearing memos are due, in which those exhibits are supposed to be identified. People need advance notice of what is going to be offered, and the several days subsequent to that is provided for uploading to Dropbox is just intended to give parties the time to actually make those uploads and to work through the various technical problems that people experience in making those uploads. That is the way that this hearing is intended to proceed.
Is there any allowance for additional exhibits identified after the filing of the pre-hearing memos?
I think my pre-hearing order and the procedural orders in this case say no. I mean, you really need to be prepared in advance. Unless there's some special circumstance that you can justify that you can get my permission for, the answer is no. I mean, you need to get prepared early for these hearings.
And we would get your permission under special circumstances via a short pleading?
Depends on the circumstance. I mean, that would be one way to do it, but I really would not encourage people to be adding exhibits after the date of the pre-hearing memo. After the deadline that's established in the pre-hearing memo. That is established for a purpose. It's not established to be bypassed as convenient, let's say, as may be convenient for the parties. Was there anything further you wanted to discuss about that, Ms. Beatles?
No, that's all. I'm sure you understand that we are all operating under a lot of pressure too. Maybe not as much as the hearing examiners with all the major cases that are going on at the commission right now, but so sometimes we are preparing for hearings, in the days, like week to days before the hearing starts, and something may come up and we're just trying to do, the best possible job and get all the information on the record that supports our case and ultimately helps the commission make a decision.
I understand that.
Mhm.
These are difficult times.
Mhm.
Okay, well, let's move on. Has Mr. Piquet received the bench request responses?
Yes, I have them, Your Honor.
Okay. And I do not intend to go through each one of these. So relax a little bit. I guess what I intended first was to look at the first three, bench request response 1-1, 1-2, and 1-3. I think these were requests for certain numbers that you were, I guess, updated numbers at the time of the bench request for some of the items that you had in your direct testimony. And you went through at least, I think, one of them with Mr. Begacco. And I'm just asking, I guess, whether there was additional information that you had. You indicated that you had done some updates. And I'm just asking whether there was additional information that you determined, I guess, since this bench request that you did not discuss with Mr. Begacco. Is there anything further you have to update those responses?
There's nothing further that I have at this time, Your Honor. It was really just focused on bench request 1-1 on the cumulative EV numbers, both in the state of New Mexico as well as for our service area. I do not have updates for 1-2 or other ones at this time. However, I'm happy, again, happy to update 1-2 given the latest data and get back to you, right? This is simply a matter of going back to the Department of Energy's website and pulling the latest information. So if that's of interest to you, I'm happy to do it.
If you could do that for 1-2 by the end of the day tomorrow, that would be appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you. Could you turn to your answer to bench request number 1-5?
Sure.
You indicate that you haven't finalized the schedule options for customers. Do you have any, I guess, more final options that then are listed here in this response?
We don't have an update to these time periods as I sit here today, that this is still our thinking. I think we were just caveating the fact that we have not finalized these terms and conditions, given that the commission has not yet approved of the TEP and this program specifically. But this is our expectation for the time periods. Of course, that could shift an hour here or there, but generally they should be very similar to this.
I guess I had a question about the level 2 charging time period, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Doesn't that intrude into your peak periods?
That's a great question, and I'm sure company witness Mr. Luth can talk more about the various peak periods and how they're defined in various rates in our tariff books. However, I think the 3 to 7 period or 3 to 6 period is often defined as the most kind of congested within that peak period, and so that would really be the time period we're trying to avoid here. And you can see the differences between the level 1 time periods in the level 2 is notable here, right? The goal is to provide at least a 12-hour window for folks charging on a level 1 charger, which is just your standard wall outlet. And so, those require longer charging times to meet daily driving needs. So by definition, then we want to be building a longer period to have customers enrolled in this program and not have it be too difficult for them to continue to participate. So that means we might have to get into some peak periods as defined in some of the rates. However, we would try to avoid, the particularly congested times within those periods.
Well, it looks like the level 2 charging periods are 9 hours each, right?
Right. So the level 2 can have a shorter charging period because it's at a faster rate.
Do you need 9 hours?
That's a great question. I think we've built in these hours to give us a little flexibility to stagger some of the specific start times if needed. And so, to our discussion earlier, Your Honor, we want to make sure we're avoiding some of those timer peaks, so to speak. And so if we have a bunch of EVs in a particular neighborhood all starting charging at 9 p.m., that's not the best way to avoid distribution costs. So we want to make sure we're doing this in cost-effective ways. So some might need to start at 9, some might need to start at 10. That's why we think a 9-hour window gives us a little flexibility.
Do you have the ability to control whether someone starts at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m.?
No, we don't. I'm saying the exact charging schedules for any one individual participant could be slightly different, right? One could say 9 p.m., one could say 9:30 p.m., and it helps build in that kind of staggering from the outset. I think these windows, as we were talking about a moment ago, are illustrative of what we're looking to. But again, for any specific customer, it could be a little different.
Okay. Could you turn to the response to 1-6?
Sure.
Okay, so this one deals again with the SPS selected vendors that we were talking about earlier. And I guess I wanted to point you to the second sentence of the response, where it says the primary role of the SPS selected vendors is to gather this charging data from the customer and share it with SPS. And I guess what I'm asking is why is that vendor needed to do that? Why can't the data be transmitted directly to SPS?
That's a great question. So we need to make sure that a customer is meeting the EV optimization program requirement, and right, if ensuring that they're meeting a minimum level of charging during their established schedule is the goal here. And so we need data in order to validate that. Right? As we talked about earlier, there's a number of avenues through which we could get that data, but we need third-party vendors here to ensure that data transfer, be it through the charging station, through the vehicle itself, or through a separate port.
Data can't be transmitted directly to SPS from the customer's charging station?
In theory, a customer could be sending us their data regularly in order to validate their charging. That a goal that we try to stick to in program design is to really minimize any burden on customers for participating in our programs, be it an EV program or any other program. So that's why we've taken this approach to work with third-party vendors to provide the exact times and charging amounts to validate their participation, their continued participation in the program.
Who would you expect those vendors to be?
I'm a little hesitant to disclose all the companies because we're actually in an active sourcing event at the moment.
I'm not talking about names of companies, but types of companies.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Your Honor. The types of companies would be the charging providers themselves, right? That there's dozens, there's well over a dozen charging equipment providers that we've been working with through some of these sourcing events. There's at least one vendor that we've been talking with who can provide that port, that device that goes into the car's port in order to log the charging times in kilowatt hours, as well as a number of auto manufacturers that we're working with, and that's Honda, BMW, GM, and one other one, but sorry, I'm blanking on it at the moment.
Would those vendors be doing any data analysis, or would they just be transferring the data to you?
They would simply be providing us the amount of charging happening during particular time periods, because that's what the program requires. So that's really the key piece of information that we need.
What budget would this be coming from?
So specifically, you're asking, Your Honor, about the EV optimization program?
Well, is that the part of the budget that this would be coming from?
Yes. So that program is part of our residential portfolio. So we'd be paying, we have a $50 annual incentive to be compensating customers for participating in this. And that's why we need to validate their charging data for their continued participation. So the costs of this program would be running through the residential portfolio. These are all O&M costs, both for the incentive as well as costs internally that we would incur to be partnering with these third-party providers and also be staffing it.
And how much do you have budgeted to be paying the vendors?
That is a good question. One moment, I'm just going to pull up the attachment 4 to my direct testimony, which has the detailed budgets. So we've budgeted about 15,000 over 3 years for the incentives paid to customers. In terms of the network costs for these third-party providers, we've budgeted about $9,000. And we also have internal, program management labor as well. However, that covers all the residential programs and not just this individual one. So they're lumped together on that regard.
So you're looking at attachment MCB4?
Correct. Yes.
Which page?
That is a great question. I'm not sure the exact page number as I'm looking at it in an Excel version.
Okay.
Is that MCD as in David 4?
MCB as in boy.
Thank you.
Mhm.
One moment, Your Honor. Let me look at the hard copy. This would be page 14 of 18 of MCB4, Your Honor, as well as the previous page, page 13.
So the $9,000 that you're talking about shows up where?
So the $9,000, if you look on page 14, right in the middle, there's a line for charging optimization incentive costs. And that's the roughly $15,000 over 3 years. That's the rebates sorry, the incentive payments paid to customers. And then 2 lines below that is the charging optimization network costs.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
And in terms of, I guess, response to 1-28 deals with the pickup trucks. Do you have anything more about that? Any more recent information?
Not off the top of my head here, Your Honor. Obviously, the auto manufacturers have released more details about some of these vehicles, including pricing, right? Particularly on the Ford F-150 or the Ford Lightning. They've released some pricing information, I believe around $40,000 for the base model. So there's some additional details that have been made available in recent months. But I would be, unfortunately, I don't have those all at the top of my head here.
You know how that $40,000 compares to the price for an internal combustion engine truck?
I think they've priced that vehicle to be very comparable to the base version of their gas-powered model. But I don't have the base version of the exact price for the internal combustion version of that here and now.
That's the F-150?
Correct.
Okay. Could you turn to the responses to what in Commission Exhibit 2, I guess it's the January 25 bench request responses. Do you have them?
Yes, I have those up.
Yeah, I wanted you to look at Exhibit SPS BR 2-3.
Okay, I'm there.
That's the average amount of energy generated from SPS's wind resources in megawatt hours. I'm looking at the columns for 2021 and 2022 and comparing those to the column for 2023. And it looks to me like the megawatt hours generated in 2023 drop substantially from the prior years. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the detailed table here, Your Honor. Just one moment.
I'm sorry, Judge, did you say MB or BR 2-3?
Yes.
Thank you.
The numbers for 2021 and 2022 look fairly similar, but the numbers for 2023 look, to my eyes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm still struggling to find this table. Is this the confidential table with C-1 at the bottom, Your Honor?
No, this is not confidential. This, I think you're referring to 2-1. This is, I'm looking at 2-3.
Yeah, it appears that 2-3 refers to exhibit provided in response to bench request 2-1. I might be missing something. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I might need to coordinate for a moment with my counsel.
Well, I guess I'm confused. Are you looking at SPS-BR 2-3?
Your Honor, it might be easy if I just quickly email this to him because I think he's getting lost and I have it in a separate document. It might.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I just pressed send. I will say Zoom is making my Outlook go very slowly, so it might take a minute for Jason to get it.
Thanks for sending it. Okay, I've got it, Your Honor. Sorry for that delay.
You're looking at BR 2-3?
Correct.
Okay, and I was asking you to compare the numbers in columns for 2021 and 2022 versus the numbers in 2023.
For any particular, for summer or winter or the average day, Your Honor? Anything in particular?
Look at the peak summer day for those years.
And your question is why is the energy generated from wind resources seem to be going down on those peak summer days over time?
Well, in particular in 2023, yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not the best witness to answer that question. I would recommend company witness Ms. Sakya discuss this with you.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's all I have in terms of those bench request responses. Could you turn to your direct testimony?
Yes, happy to.
And the study that, well, the cost benefit analysis, I think you call it at times a benefit cost analysis with E3. When was that study started? When was the work started on that? Do you know?
That's a good question, Your Honor. That was right around the time that I started in this position with the company. So I believe, based on that caveat, it was in the spring of 2020. So I believe it was in the April timeframe is when this began.
Was it done under a contract with SPS?
Either SPS or XL Energy, yes.
Do you know how much it costs?
Not off the top of my head, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay. Could you turn to page 45 of your direct testimony?
I'm there.
Okay. On 45 and on to 47, you talk about the budget flexibility that SPS is requesting. And on lines 14 and 15, you talk about a limit on cross-portfolio flexibility of up to 150% of the original budget. And then on page 47, you talk about on lines 3 and 4, talk about a limit of 25% above the original budget. And can you explain what each of those, a little bit maybe more clearly, what each of those applies to?
Yes, I'm happy to, Your Honor. So to put them on an apples to apples basis, right, it would be 150% limit on shifting funds between portfolios, but a 125% limit from the original budgets on the overall TEP budget in a given year. And so what that means in practice is that if we're seeing, for instance, a lot of demand for our residential programs, right? We've budgeted, one moment, just pulling up the right figure. We've budgeted about $400,000 for our residential programs over the next 3 years. If we see much stronger demand for home wiring rebates or our home charging service or some combination thereof, we want to be able to support our customer needs as they change in response to a small but growing market for EVs. And we think this budget flexibility allows us to do that. So in that case, right, we could devote more resources to our residential portfolio and go up to 150% of this estimated budget. And the same would apply to any of these other buckets, right? Same thing. If we're seeing more demand for our public charging make ready program, then this budget flexibility would allow us to meet that need.
So each of these percentages applies to the annual budgets.
Correct. That's how we've been viewing it.
Okay. All right. On page 48, you talked about the third-party evaluator.
Yes.
Can you explain how that evaluator is going to be chosen?
They will be sourced competitively, Your Honor. It has not yet been determined whether it'll be a separate vendor specifically for SBS or whether or not it will be the same vendor across some of our jurisdictions evaluating our EV programs.
It'll be selected by SPS.
Correct.
Okay. And then onto your MCB-1, attachment MCB-1, which is the text of your plan.
Yes.
Could you go to page 8?
Sure, I'm there.
Where you're talking about the home wiring rebate. And that first paragraph there about reduced upfront costs for premises wiring for level 2 charging equipment.
Mhm.
You say that the home wiring installations typically cost between $500 to $800, but in some cases more than $2,000. What would be the reason for the increase to $2,000?
Good question, Your Honor. This is largely informed by our program experience up in Minnesota and Wisconsin, where we've been working with our residential customers on installing EV charging stations in their homes. And we've, again, that commonly we see it in the $500 to $800 range, probably averaging around $700. That's informed our $500 rebate offering here for non-low income customers. However, those costs have a wide range, and that's not too surprising, right? Customer homes vary a lot in terms of age, in terms of how close their garage or driveway might be to their panel, to the existing capacity that their panel and service might have to accommodate an additional 240 volt outlet for EV charging. And so all these factors combine to create a pretty broad range here. So we have seen costs that are notably higher than that $500 to $800 range, but they tend to be much less common.
What would be the reasons for the increase?
It largely has to do with the panel and the service the customer is receiving. If either of those needs to be upgraded, that often entails more costs, right? Then it's not just about installing a new, dedicated line and getting it to their garage. It's also about upgrading some of the other infrastructure on site.
Okay. The last set of questions I have for you goes to, I guess, page 22 of MCB-1.
Okay.
Program evaluation. There's the second bullet talks about engaging third-party evaluators to conduct an interim and final evaluation. And at the end of that sentence, you refer to impact pilot programs. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are those?
I think that's just a statement about the impact our programs are having on customer perceptions of EVs, particularly our advisory services programs. I think are a great element to call out here, given that they're focused on increasing awareness of EVs and the benefits of transitioning to EVs. So the word pilot, I think it can be a little bit confusing there. In hindsight, I probably should have deleted that. But it's really just a general comment about our proposed TEP programs here.
So you don't have any particular pilot programs in mind?
No, Your Honor. And we view our programs here as full-time programs and not pilots. That's why I consider this to just be a typographical error.
And one of the questions that Commissioner Maestas asked you folks was whether you had any performance metrics that you intended to evaluate your programs against to determine how successful or not they were. And I don't think you really provided any specific ones. Am I accurate there?
Yes, you're correct, Your Honor. We were referring back to this page specifically, right? We've listed a number of metrics here that we will be reporting on, and we'll be engaging with a third-party evaluator to dive into the details on what impacts are our programs having on customer attitudes. Where do they think we could be doing better? What additional needs do they have that we're not serving? Those types of questions.
Well, would the evaluator also be looking at, in judging, let's say, the success of a program, whether you were able to, whether you actually did spend the money that you had budgeted for these programs?
Yes, I think that's one of the metrics that we've called out, I think on this page. Lower down in the next section, we say TEP spending broken out by portfolio and program, TEP revenue broken out by portfolio and revenue. So we very much intend to be tracking the spending here very closely.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Piquet. Appreciate your answers. And
Sure.
redirect.
I have a little bit of redirect, Your Honor. Would you like me to do it before we take a lunch break or after? I can do either.
Do
It's,
it
I don't,
now.
okay, I don't think it'll take very long.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes.
Yes, before we get to redirect, are you going to allow any questions about the bench request questions the hearing examiner asked? I just have one very brief one.
Do other parties have any questions? No, go ahead, Ms. Sir. Go ahead with your question before we go into redirect.
Thank you, appreciate it. Could you pull up bench request, the Commission Exhibit 1 SPS response to January 20th, 2021 bench request?
Yes, this is the first set of bench requests.
Yes, and I'm on page 7 of 90 of the PDF, which corresponds to bench request number 1-5.
Okay, I'm there.
There. So I wanted to just ask you about the development of schedule options for customers. You show uses level 1 charging, 8 to 8, 3 to 3. I just want to ask you a couple questions. Are you familiar with level 1 charging and the amount of power that draws?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how that compares to level 2 charging as far as how much power that draws?
Yes.
Could you just briefly tell me what the difference is?
So as we talked about earlier, right, the level 2 charging is generally in the 7 kilowatt range in the home, in the residential context. The level 1 is, you know, in the 1 to 2 range.
And is
So it's much less.
okay. So level 1 charging, the 1 to 2 kilowatts, is that comparable to a 100 or a 200 watt light bulb, if there is a 200 watt light bulb?
Yeah, it's comparable to your standard wall outlet. So more than a light bulb, but much less than a dryer, which will be on a level 2 circuit, the equivalent of a level 2 EV charger.
Do you understand what the charging equipment looks like for a level 1 charger that's installed in someone's home?
Yes, that will plug into your standard 120 volt wall outlet.
So we're just talking about a cord that comes with the car, probably, right? And a wall outlet. That's the equipment, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how do you put people who are just plugging their car into a wall outlet on a charging schedule? Did you have any idea what equipment would be required or what that would cost? I mean, is that even that? Okay, I'll just stop there.
Yes, and I think that goes to the 3 options that we've discussed here, right? The using the charging station, an OBD port device, or the vehicle itself. And particularly for these level 1 charging customers that want to partake in the EV optimization program, right? That charging station route probably won't exist because they haven't upgraded to a level 2 station, you know, for whatever reason. So we would look to enroll that customer in our optimization program through one of those other 2 routes.
So are we going to have to add any special equipment above and beyond what the customer using a level 1 would already have, which is the extension cord from their car to the wall outlet, and then they would have a normal meter? So what else do we need to do to have level 1 charging schedules?
Right. So there's no additional cost for the customer. This stems to some of the cost lines that the hearing examiner and I were discussing in the budget for the TEP. So the cost would be for having some type of contract with the automaker or some third-party device provider in order for us to know the charging times, to continue to validate that customer's charging and their continued participation in the program.
And do you know, I don't want to take too long here. I'll try to wrap this up, but what I'm getting at here, have you looked at the whatever equipment you have to install to basically regulate the use of 200-watt light bulbs? Is that really a cost-effective thing to be trying to develop special schedules for level 1 charging, which is 1 to 2 light bulbs worth of energy? That's what I'm kind of getting at here.
So I think we have to think at scale here, right? If we have dozens and hopefully hundreds of EVs coming to our service territory in future years, supported by our TEP programs, we want to be encouraging charging that's good for our customers and good for the grid. And so you're right, any one individual EV charging on a level 1 outlet is not going to be a noticeable change in that household's energy demand. However, once we start aggregating this across customers, particularly if it's concentrated in particular neighborhoods, we want to make sure we're minimizing the system costs here. And so encouraging off-peak charging is important both now, but particularly in the future once EV penetration is even higher. So that's why we think it's important to have solutions here for folks with level 1 charging and particularly at level 2 charging, which places much higher demands on the distribution system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to get a clarification, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Ms. Lees, with your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recollect earlier today when Mr. Dunbar was asking you questions, that he asked you questions regarding networked chargers?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the context of whether or not to require the home charging stations that will be installed in residential houses and who are participating in our home charging program, correct? That was the context in which we were discussing that. Okay. Why does SPS believe requiring networked chargers for this program is not appropriate at this time?
Yes, well, as I say in my rebuttal testimony, we're really focused on reducing the barriers for customers to adopt EVs. And one of those barriers is the cost of charging equipment. And network stations tend to be a little bit more expensive than non-network stations. So that was a requirement here that we didn't want to apply for our service area in New Mexico. Given the state of the EV market, the characteristics of our residential population, we thought not having that requirement could make it easier for some customers to participate in the home wiring rebate.
Do you recollect Mr. Dunbar asking you whether having network charges would enable customers to participate in any future managed charging programs?
Yes.
We're not currently setting requirements for future programs, correct? We're setting requirements for our current TEP.
Correct.
Do you recollect Ms. Zur asking you about what outreach SPS has done to promote EV adoption among fleets?
Yes.
Can you clarify whether our advisory services, whether SPS's advisory services program that's part of the plan includes budget for outreach specifically regarding fleets?
It does. This is part and parcel of what we're trying to do through parts of our advisory services budget. And this is generating interest in EVs, awareness about EVs, and also interest in our programs, which we think benefit customers, electric customers in general, as well as the state of New Mexico as a whole as a result of reduced GHG emissions. And so
Reduced what emissions?
greenhouse gas emissions. So we hope that these advisory services programs not only educate, but drive demand for EVs, because that's the end result here. That's what drives all those benefits. And with specific offerings within advisory services tailored to fleets and communities, we hope we can have a direct line to those customer types to be supporting their interest in EVs and ultimately their transition to EVs. And once we have generated some of that demand, we hope to be bringing forward Make Ready and other program offerings to reduce the upfront costs that they face in adopting EVs. But that's not what we're proposing as part of this TEP, but that would likely be a part of future TEPs.
Can you go to page 17 of SPS Exhibit 3?
Sure.
And do you recollect Mr. Dunbar asking you questions on lines 14 through 16?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a witness in this case that can better speak to SPS's specific peak hours and months?
Yes, Mr. Company Witness, Mr. Luth would be able to talk about the peak and off-peak time periods and various SPS rates.
And do you recollect Mr. Dunbar asking you questions about SPS's public charging program?
Yes.
And whether there would be a delay in SPS installing its own meters to fill in market gaps?
Its own charging stations to fill in gaps?
I apologize. I should go and use the exact terminology that we use in our plan.
Yes, I do.
You do recollect that?
Yes.
Okay. That's the part of the plan in which SPS would install public fast chargers in areas the competitive market is not serving. Do you recollect those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Can private developers begin installing chargers in SPS's service territory now without SPS's transportation electrification plan?
Absolutely. And you can see that right now, actually, in some of our service areas, as I was discussing with the hearing examiner. There are few public chargers in Tucumcari, but very few outside of that. So what our program hopes to do is reduce the upfront cost of charging infrastructure by supporting the make-ready aspects of these installations. So that's generally the equipment between the meter and the charging station itself. And so while nothing's stopping a private party from making investments today without our programs, we certainly hope to support even more installations moving forward as a result of our programs.
Do you recollect hearing examiner Shanauer asking you questions about the data associated with residential chargers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would data associated with SPS's EV programs comply with Xcel Energy's data privacy and security practices and requirements?
Yes, of course.
Whether that data is collected directly by SPS or by a vendor?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about the data that we would collect for the EV optimization program, what is the range of data that you're talking about?
Right. So for folks that don't have a network station or even a level 1 station that only receive a rebate from us, that don't choose to participate in the EV optimization program, but choose to fulfill the rebate program requirement to have some form of managed charging, right? If they fulfill that through having a time of use rate for their household, then the only data that's available to us is what we're receiving from that third party, right? Be it through a carport, one of the in-vehicle ports, or the vehicle itself. And so that's going to be the timing of their charging to satisfy program requirements. On the other end of the spectrum, right, if Xcel Energy is owning, installing, and operating a charging station in someone's home, if Xcel is installing these public fast charging stations in public, we'll have access to more information as a result of that. So this is simply to say that there's a range here of data that will be available to us, given the decisions of customers and how they participate in our programs.
Those are all the questions on redirect I have, Your Honor. Can I take a moment just to confirm the outstanding requests that you have for this witness?
Sure, yes.
I have, what is the mileage life of electric vehicles as one,
Yes,
and an update on bench request 1-2.
correct.
Is there any other outstanding requests that I missed?
No, I just have one more question for Mr. Piquet. What are the prices for networked chargers and non-network chargers?
That's a good question. There's a lot of variation, obviously, as you expect in any market. But if you go on Amazon, right, you can find some really cheap options for just a couple $100s. I think in the $200 range is generally as low as you'll find. $200 to $300 maybe for a level 2 non-networked charger, and some of these other options can be a couple $100s more than that in the network space. Tesla, for instance, has a networked level 2 charger that is $500. ChargePoint has options that are below that and above that, I believe. So that's the general range that you see a lot of these chargers in, but generally it's less expensive for a customer to get a non-networked station.
The chargers that SPS is going to install with the home charging service, how much would those cost?
That is a great question, and one that we're actively investigating through a sourcing event that's happening right now. So I don't have an answer at the moment for what it will be for our. We do have some active programs at the moment that are offering residential stations in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and I know the monthly rates that we charge customers for those are in the $11, $12, $13 a month range. Obviously that's a kind of a monthly amortized version of all these costs. I'm blanking on the exact, I don't have here at my fingertips the cost of the stations all in that we purchase from the charging providers.
Do you know how much you've budgeted?
Yes, I believe this should be in our more detailed budget. One moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, while Mr. Piquet is pulling that up, may I ask?
Sorry, who is speaking?
Oh, I apologize. This is Scott Dunbar. I do apologize for interrupting. I'm just trying to be efficient. I was wondering if I might ask one or two brief recross questions with respect to this issue that Mr. Piquet, when he was describing the Amazon search, I believe that's new information and it's on a topic that's very important to ChargePoint. And I think I can ask a couple questions that I think will help clarify the record, and I will be brief. When you're finished, of course.
Okay. I'll allow that.
Thank you.
So Your Honor, in response to your question, we included in our budget an estimate of about $530 for a level 2 charging station that we would be installing, owning, and operating for a residential customer.
That's a networked charger.
It would likely be a networked charger that we would be installing, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Piquet, when you were describing searching on Amazon and finding very affordable chargers, and I believe you threw out $200 as an example, just to be clear, SPS is proposing other minimum equipment standards for residential chargers, such as that they be listed by UL under Ryder's Laboratory and that they be Energy Star certified, correct?
Yes, that is what we said in rebuttal testimony.
Okay, and do you know if you can get chargers that are that cheap that are also Energy Star certified and UL listed?
Likely not.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, Mr. Piquet, you're finished, except for coming back, I guess, probably tomorrow or later today with the answers to the further questions that have been assigned to you. So thank you for now.
Thanks for the time.
I'd like to continue to about 12:30. So can we go ahead with your next witness, Ms. Lees?
That's fine. I told my witnesses if they were not testifying to watch on YouTube. So Ruth, if you are watching on YouTube, please sign into the Zoom meeting. And I will text her also right now. And may Jason please be excused for the time being from this Zoom hearing?
Yes, that's what I was intending to do. So yes, he is excused for the time being, right?
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, while we're waiting, oh, this is Scott Dunbar, sorry. I know that Your Honor needs no invitation from me to ask questions of our witness, but I just wanted to note that I believe ChargePoint's witness, Mr. Wilson, could answer a fair number of the questions you asked Mr. Piquet about how charging networks collect data and what they do with that data. So I just wanted to make that clear that he's very knowledgeable and would be happy to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Sakia did just text me that she's getting on to the Zoom now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for her in the Zoom waiting room. There she is. There you are. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lee.
Ms. Sakia, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It is.
Thank you.
Ms. Lees, you're on mute.
That had to happen to me at least once today. Hopefully not again. Good afternoon, Ms. Sakia. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Ruth Sakya.
And by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed by Southwestern Public Service Company and I am Manager Regulatory Administration.
And you should have in front of you a document that has been labeled SPS Exhibit 5. Can you please identify that document?
Yes, that's my direct testimony in this proceeding filed on July 21st.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today as are in this document, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections to this document?
I do not.
Also in front of you should be what is marked as SPS Exhibit 6.
Yes,
Can you identify that document?
that is my rebuttal testimony filed on February 3rd.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And do you have any corrections to this document?
I do not.
And do you have in front of you a document labeled SPS Exhibit 7?
I do.
Okay. And can you identify that document?
That's my supplemental direct testimony filed on March 30th, 2021.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in this document, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections to this document?
I do not.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, SPS moves the admission of SPS Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 into the record.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, SPS Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 are admitted.
And I pass the witness for cross-examination. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. You're still first.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stafford.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Dunbar.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McMath
No questions, Your Honor.
and Mr. Begatko.
Few questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Yes, please. Ms. Sakia, how are you today?
I'm good. I was getting really excited, but
I know. You have a Snickers handy. How about this? I'll keep it as brief as possible because I don't want to tangle with you too much based on past experience, but let me direct your attention to SPS Exhibit 7.
okay, my supplemental.
That's correct.
Okay,
I'm looking at pages 6 and 7, starting on page 6 at line 21. You're talking about some things that you said in your direct testimony. Are you there yet, Ms. Sakia?
I am.
All right, so there on line 21, you say, based on SPS's experience with both energy efficiency and distributed generation programs, SPS has learned that customer education is an essential element of its programs and that customer participation can initially be slow given the characteristics of its service territory, particularly in comparison to more metropolitan service areas. Did I recite that correctly?
You did.
If you'll just work with me a little bit to unpack that, I just want to make sure I understand what I think you're saying, but I never want to assume that. When you talk about page 6, SPS's experience with both energy efficiency and distributed generation programs, did you have particular energy efficiency and distributed generation programs in mind when you made that statement?
I was thinking more broadly. So for better or for worse, I have been with SPS for quite a while. And when we first launched those programs, they were a little bit slower to start, just in general, to get their feet off the ground. And so That's what I was more referring to, not specific programs within the broader portfolio.
Would programs such as WindSource and Solar Connect be embraced in the universe of energy efficiency programs that you discussed there on page 6 then?
I would say WindSource, when we first started it, I guess I can't even say I wasn't with SPS when WindSource started. Now Solar Connect, I would say would be a little bit different because we're able to carry over from WindSource, which is already operating. So that one's going to be, I hope, a little bit different.
Okay. But then can I take it from your testimony there on pages 6 and 7 on SPS Exhibit 7 that, is it fair to say that it seems to be a pattern that these new programs, generally speaking, are slow to start, but they do pick up pace at some point?
Yes.
And down there on page 7, lines 1 through 2, you state that in terms of the participation that it can initially be slow given the characteristics of SPS's service territory. Is that a fair encapsulation of what you say there?
Yes.
And what are the characteristics of SPS's service territory that you believe contribute to, I guess, initial hesitancy or, I guess, a lack of participation in the beginning of these programs? I hope I didn't bungle that too much, and I hope you understand what I'm asking, but please go ahead.
I believe so. I would say it's probably two things. One would be the fact that we have fewer residential KWH sales than other more metropolitan areas. And the second, just our customer demographics. They don't seem to initially be as inclined or already as, eager to adopt some of these programs. So we often have to do the education about the benefits of the programs. And then, as I indicated, adoption tends to take off.
Now, do you feel like the energy efficiency and distributed generation programs that you speak about in the context of this testimony are analogous or not analogous to what you're proposing in terms of the TEP in this case?
I think I wouldn't call them, a one-for-one, but I think that they have similar characteristics, and that might be something that, we have to do, as we've spoken about in our plan, some education first to explain what it is, why customers might want to adopt it, how it works. And then, as I indicated, I think we'll have very successful programs.
And do you think the entry costs to participating in the TEP are greater than or equal to or less than what you understand to be the entry costs to things such as energy efficiency and distributed generation programs offered by SPS?
Wow, I've never actually compared it, so I don't think I have an answer I don't have a good answer for you. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. And then you just touched on one of my next questions, which was in reference to education. You say SPS has learned that customer education is an essential element of its programs. They're on pages 6 and 7 again.
Yes.
Well, specifically in reference to what's proposed in this case in terms of the TEP, what do you understand the customer education program or programs to consist of?
I think Jason has spoken about that a lot more and could give you a lot more detail, but we do have, a good segment that talks about our customer outreach, and we have, various segments that we'll work on, including our advisory segment. So we have both what I'd call short-term immediate education, and then like the advisory services where we'll work on, growing programs such as our fleet services and things to look out into the future.
And if you can say, have you had any input from SPS's residential customers in its New Mexico territory regarding the prospects of vehicle electrification?
Did you ask about residential customers?
I did.
I know we had public meetings, or at least a public meeting, and I don't recall who attended. I know our customers were invited, and don't know how many, if any, residential customers came. And of course, the Attorney General, who represents the residential customers, was invited. So that's maybe at least that part of the segment.
Okay, well, thank you. And you did listen in to Mr. Cookay's testimony this morning, I take it?
I did.
And you are aware of the numbers he gave in terms of, I guess, specifically how many electric vehicles you reckon to be there in SPS New Mexico territory. Do you recall that?
I do.
Does SPS have any plans or intention to, I guess, directly interface with that handful of electric vehicle customers there in SPS's New Mexico territory regarding participation in what you propose in this case?
I don't know. I think that I don't know if Jason will be back on the stand to answer Mr. Hearing Examiner's questions, but he's probably the better one to answer that.
Oh, but I like asking you questions so much, but you know what? That's all I've got. I know you're hungry. I'm going to pass the witness now, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you for participating today, Ms. Sakia, and I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Okay, I only have a few questions, and they all relate to the exhibit that was Mr. McKay sort of deferred to you, Ms. Sakia.
Okay.
In Commission Exhibit 2, response to the table BR 2-3.
And I'm pulling or getting that right now.
I have also emailed it to Ms. Sakia in case she's having the same issues as Mr. Piquet was having in terms of finding it. So the one page that you're talking about.
I will open that email from you. I do have these printed out, but we don't have the tab names on them.
Okay, it's the exhibit titled Average Amount of Energy Generated from SPS's Wind Resources in megawatt hours.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Average amount of energy generated from SPS's wind resources.
Yes.
Okay, I do have that.
Okay. I was asking about the data in the column for 2023. When I was looking at this, I broke out the data in 6-hour segments, essentially from hour 1 through hour 6, from hour 7 to hour 12, from hour 13 through hour 18, from hour 19 through hour 24.
Okay.
And I was comparing them for the peak summer day and the peak winter day to the same 6-hour segments for the years 2021 and 2022. And they look dramatically different. And I was trying to understand why that is. For example, hours 1 through 6 in 2023 for the peak summer day range from in the 500s to approximately 600 to 700 or 850 megawatt hours, and then in 2021 and 2022 they range in almost 2,000 megawatt hours, and I'm trying to understand what the reason for that difference is.
I do see that. I think you might have noted I'm the sponsor of this. I wasn't the preparer. I noted your question when you were cross-examining the other SPS witness, so I sent that out. I don't have an answer yet, but if I can get that answer for you and come back with that, I can get you a more informed answer. I do see what you're saying. I just don't have the details in front of me to be able to give you the accurate answer about why there's such a divergence between 2021 and 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, because it seems like in each of those 6-hour segments, there's a substantial difference between the numbers in 2023 and the prior years. And just would like an explanation. So yes, if you can check that out and come back later, that would be fine with me.
Okay, yes, I will get that answer for you.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, is there any redirect for Ms. Sakia? I see you shook your head.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, well then you're excused for now until you're able to find out the answer to those questions.
Very good.
Thank you. Well, let's take a lunch break now. Let's go off the record, and just wanted to poll people. How much time do you need for lunch? I guess we're going a little bit faster than maybe I expected. Why don't we take an hour? Does that sound okay? And come back at 1:20?
Sure.
Fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Your
Well,
Honor, I can also make the remaining witnesses for SPS available this afternoon. I know Mr. Luth was scheduled for tomorrow. He can appear today.
that's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, I'll talk to him to make sure that he is ready this afternoon to get on.
Okay. And well, I don't know about the others, but Ms. Zer, do you think either of your witnesses would be ready for today?
Probably Travis Madsen, because I believe he's listening to the hearing, and I will ask him over lunch.
Okay.
Also, since you've mentioned it, does anyone mind if we switch Travis and Ona so that Travis goes first?
No objection.
Okay.
No
so
objection.
From the hearing examiner, is that okay? Because I'll ask him that if he switches, he'll go first regardless if we get to him today.
That's fine with me. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, we're in recess till 1:20. Thank you.
El Capitan.
Hello, David. How's it going?
Good.
Oh, good. I think we're about ready to start. People are kind of slow getting back on here. I guess we do have everyone. All right, David, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, let's get back on the record. Ms. Lees, do you want to call your next?
Yep, SPS calls Arthur Freitas to the stand. And I think we need to swear him in still.
Mr. Freitas, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Freitas. Will you state your full name for the record?
My name is Arthur Freitas.
And can you identify your employer and what position you hold with that employer?
I am employed by Excel Energy Services as the manager of revenue analysis.
Okay. You should have two documents in front of you. The first is marked SPS Exhibit 8. Can you please identify that exhibit?
That is my direct testimony.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections?
No
to this
corrections.
testimony? And the next document is labeled SPS Exhibit 9. Can you please identify this exhibit for the record?
That is my rebuttal testimony.
Okay. And if I asked you the same questions today that are in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to this testimony?
No corrections.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, SPS moves Exhibit 8 and 9 into the record.
Objections? Hearing no objections, SPS Exhibits 8 and 9 are admitted.
Okay, with that, I pass this witness for cross-examination.
Okay. Ms. Zer, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. Mr. Freitas, could you please refer to the rebuttal testimony? Let's see, your rebuttal testimony at section 4. Let's see, that's page 11.
Okay, I'm there.
And you respond to testimony by Aaron Kressig regarding his recommendation that the commission allow customers to take ownership of the chargers after 10 years. And his recommendation, customers be given the option to buy chargers from SPS at their remaining net book value. And you don't agree with that recommendation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so your first objection is that Mr. Kressig offers no evidence that customers have a desire to take ownership of 10-year-old chargers. So my question is, do you have any evidence that customers would not want to have the options that Mr. Kressig recommended?
I have not seen any evidence either way, since this is a brand new program.
But you did participate in a case in Colorado in which you offered testimony for Colorado Public Service Company or Public Service Company of Colorado, right?
That's correct.
And this was an issue in that case also, correct?
Yes.
What can you, do you recall what the Public Service Commission in Colorado did to resolve this dispute, this similar dispute?
The commission, in their order, allowed the customers the option to purchase the chargers.
And would you agree with me that if we gave them that option, they wouldn't have to purchase the chargers, they can continue to participate, the program is set up, right?
That's correct. It's an option, not an obligation.
And don't you think to encourage EV adoption, it would be preferable to give customers more options?
I don't know how an option that appears at the end of the life of the charger encourages adoption, which is something that you need at the beginning of the program.
Okay, well, you're familiar with people making decisions on whether to own or lease solar panels for their rooftops, right?
I'm not involved in that decision. I'm not part of the solar programs or the customer programs that offer solar to customers. So I can't say what we offer for customers for solar programs.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stafford?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Freitas. I just have a few questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Does SPS own any residential level 2 charging stations currently?
I don't believe so, but I would need to check that.
All right. Does SPS have any equipment for which individual residential ratepayers pay back the company in monthly payments?
I'm thinking of some of the other customer programs that might exist that may have this feature you're describing, but I'm not involved with those customer programs, so I can't say for sure. But I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. I just don't know.
And you just can't think of any right now?
Correct. I'm not part of the group that manages customer programs. My role is cost recovery.
How do ratepayers pay for things like poles and meters?
That's included in base rates that the customers pay.
So it's customers don't pay for their own individual meter per se. They just, those are all figured into the base rates, in the rate base that goes into the base rates that they pay, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On pages 11 through 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss Mr. Kressig's recommendations about customers taking ownership of the chargers after 10 years or giving the option to purchase it during that 10-year period. And you state that that has the potential or would increase cost for customers. Have you provided any quantification of what those increased costs might be?
Not at this time.
How many level 2 chargers does the company anticipate installing over the next 3 years through the home charging service?
I think that is probably a question better addressed for Mr. Piquet as part of the customer programs. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what we're proposing to deploy.
And how many poles and meters does the company have?
I couldn't tell you that number right now.
Could you tell me later, perhaps?
I'm sure that we could.
Excuse me, Art, I'm going to object. Mr. Freitas stated that he specializes in cost recovery. I think this is outside the scope of his testimony in terms of whether he knows or doesn't know what specific infrastructure SPS uses in terms of how many poles, how many meters, et cetera.
Overruled.
He discusses in his testimony about how that these charging stations should be, the cost should be covered just like the poles and meters and not in a different fashion. So I was trying to get a little more information about that from him, but he doesn't appear to know the answers to any of my questions. If you could provide the answers later, that would be acceptable, but I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Staff.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Freitas. Good afternoon, Mr. Freitas. How are you?
Good, how are you?
All right, thank you. I would direct your attention to SPS Exhibit 8, which is your direct testimony.
Okay.
You go to page 13, please.
Okay, I'm there.
And there on page 13, lines 2 through 3, you say SPS is proposing to use the WACC approved in its most recent race case. And the currently approved WACC is 7.19%. Is that correct?
Sorry, and the current, you got muffled.
Sorry, the currently approved WACC is 7.19%. And just for purposes of this, I'll just call it the WAC. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Well, then moving on down to page 14 of your direct testimony, bearing in mind the situation with the WAC, you indicate that the regulatory asset basically will be used to process the cost of the rebates. Is that a fair assessment of your testimony?
That's the one way to put it, yeah.
Okay. Because there on lines 3 through 5, you say the regulatory asset will then be amortized over time, and the amortization expense will also be included in the rider revenue requirement there on lines 3 through 5. Did I recite that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you use the term amortization expense, and do you mean the WAC that we just discussed of 7.19%?
No, so the amortization expense is it's the monthly. If you think about it in terms of a mortgage payment, you have a component that's principal and a component that's interest. The amortization is the principal component, so it's 1/10 on an annual basis of the total amount of the rebate, and that's separate from any financing charges.
Okay, thank you. So then the amortization expense, as you use it in that testimony, doesn't include any financing charges.
Correct.
Thank you for that, Mr. Freitas. Really, that's all I have for you, and I thank you for your time today. I pass the witness, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions. Mr. Freitas, could you turn to page 11 of your direct testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, lines 7, well, starting on line 7, you talk about the difference between the rider that you're proposing here and the renewable energy and energy efficiency riders that I assume you're saying have been approved in New Mexico. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay. And you say the big difference is that the EV rider will recover capital costs as well as O&M costs. Those other riders, well, the energy efficiency rider, for example, does that include any recovery for capital costs?
Those programs, my understanding is that those programs are primarily, the expenses are O&M, and there is no capital associated with the energy efficiency rider.
And I guess when there's the a purchase power agreement for renewable energy, there's no capital cost associated with that, right? Either, is there?
That's correct.
Okay. Energy efficiency, there are rebates in the energy efficiency programs, aren't there, right?
There are, yes.
Are those capitalized?
My understanding is that the rebates for energy efficiency are expensed as O&M.
Why do you propose to capitalize them in this rider?
It gets back to the matching principle and rate making. The rebates in this proceeding are being used to fund essentially infrastructure that is long-lived. And so the wiring rebates, for example, that infrastructure will last for quite some time. And so it makes sense to match the cost of those rebates funding the infrastructure with the benefits that the infrastructure will be providing to customers.
Well, the energy efficiency programs have expenditures that have more than 1 year of savings associated with them, don't they?
Yeah, I think that's true. You put in a LED light bulb and you can expect savings. Yeah.
So why would you not propose to recover the rebates associated with those over the life of those savings?
I think that's certainly possible if the energy efficiency rebates, if we wanted to match the costs of those rebates with the expected benefits, that would be an option in the energy efficiency rider.
But SPS has not proposed that, has it?
Not to my knowledge.
What about in other states where Excel has been has programs that recover costs of the EV programs? Are you familiar with those cost recovery mechanisms?
In Colorado, the Colorado Commission approved the treatment for EV rebates that we're proposing here, where they are recorded as a regulatory asset and then amortized over the 10-year life of the equipment that's being funded by the rebates.
What about Minnesota?
I am not familiar with Minnesota's regulatory treatment. I focus on our southern jurisdictions.
Turn to your attachment APF, like Frank 1, which is attached to your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. At the top of that exhibit, line number 2 is dollar amounts for plant and service. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that consist of?
That is, if you turn to the next page, page 2, that is a breakdown of rate base, and then lines 2 through 4 break out that plan. It's some software, the EV supply infrastructure, which is essentially the wires and conduit and other equipment that goes from the meter to the charger, and then the chargers themselves.
do you have available to you the plan document that is attached to the Bell testimony as attachment MCB-1?
Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Okay, I have that document.
Okay, could you go to page 6 of that document, 6 of 24?
Okay, I'm there.
In table 2, there are, table 2 includes the budgets for each of the 3 years of the plan. And I was trying to match up the capital costs that are listed there with the plant and service numbers that you have in your APF1. And I was having trouble with that. Can you match them up somehow?
So I think that there's a little bit of apples and oranges going on with the numbers in table 2 and the plant and service numbers in my testimony. The numbers in table 2, I believe, are capital expenditures. So in other words, that is the amount of money that will be spent on capital in those years, regardless of when it's actually placed into service. Whereas the plant and service amounts in my testimony represent the amount of capital placed in service during that calendar year. And then also, if there's any AFUDC that is accrued on those capital expenditures, the plant and service numbers will include that as well.
Sorry, did you say AFUDC?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So are you saying that the numbers in your APF-1, they appear to be smaller, right, than the numbers in table 2 on in the company's plan?
Let's see.
Well, it depends which capital costs you include, I guess.
So on table 2 in the plan, it looks like there are total capital costs, let's see, 66,000 for residential and 465,000 for public charging in 2021. So that's let's see, 5. So I do believe those are expenditures, meaning especially on the public charging item, there'll be a little bit of a lead time to between when money starts getting spent to build the public chargers versus when they get placed into service. Um,
But it's your testimony that the capital costs listed in table 2 for the residential program and the capital costs in table 2 for the public charging program consist of the same costs you're calling plant and service in your attachment APF1.
that's correct. When those expenditures get spent and they get accounted for and finally placed into service, then they turn into plant and service.
Okay. Well, going back to APF1, you have listed $4,800 in chargers for 2021. Do you know how many chargers that refers to?
Let's see. I just have the total dollar amounts. I don't have the number of individual charges that derives from, but I believe that is in one of Mr. Piquet's attachments. So he has the detailed budgets, and I think the number of ports can be found in there.
You said the number of ports?
The number of chargers. I think that's the port is the word that the EV folks use to describe an individual charger.
All right. Well, as I understand the way you plan to develop the rider, the dollar amount of the rider for each year, I think your testimony was saying that in October of each year, you'll file something to recover the forecasted costs for the following year's program. Is that right?
That's correct. So in October, SPS will estimate what they think the cost will be for the upcoming year. So, for example, in October of this year, SPS would put together the revenue requirement that they expect to incur in 2022, and then file that number, place that rate into service on January 1st of 2022. And then following the 2022 calendar year, there would be we would go back and look and compare what we forecasted to incur versus what actually got incurred and true up that difference.
And that forecast is going to be based upon your estimated revenue requirements in APF1.
So APF1 is the revenue requirement that results from the budgets that Mr. Piquet is sponsoring. So I think it kind of happens a little bit the other direction, where SPS will develop their budgets for the upcoming year, and then that will get turned into an estimated revenue requirement, and then an estimated rate for the rider, which that's what would get filed on October 1st.
So what gets filed on October 1st are the estimated costs that are contained in the table 2 of MCB 1, is that right?
That's correct. And then acknowledging that budgets can change from year to year based on circumstances. So what gets filed in 22 or 23 may not match what's in that table right now. It'll reflect the most current expectations for the upcoming year.
And that'll be governed by the flexibility that the company is asking for in this case?
I think that will be part of the considerations, yes.
Well, could it be more than what would be allowed in terms of, I think the company's saying that the total annual budget would not be more than 125% of the amounts that are listed here in table 2. Would SPS be proposing a recovery greater than what that 125%?
From a recovery perspective, SPS is proposing to just recover the actual budget that is expended. And from any given year, that could vary based on the budget flexibility. So let's say that the company budget, I'm just going to use round numbers for ease. Let's say that the company budgeted $100, and based on customer demand during the year, the company expended $125, so up to the 125% cap. SPS would seek to recover the $125, even though the estimated revenue requirement was likely based on the $100, which was the initial budget.
Okay, but if the budget was $100 for 2022, could SPS come in October and ask for a rider that would recover $150?
Not as familiar with the individual mechanics of the budget flexibility proposal as maybe Misaki or Mr. Bakay. I'm not sure if the budget flexibility is has any caps over the 3-year period or any other provisions that limit what can be requested during the term of this TEP, or if it's on an individual yearly basis. I think Mr. Bakay can definitely answer that question, or Misaki, but I'm not as familiar with those details.
Well, how about this? I mean, looking at APF 1, it looks like the revenue requirement for 2021 is $281,000, almost $282,000, right?
Yes, sir.
But the budget for 2021 is $791,000. Would SPS be asking for a budget recovery that's greater than the revenue requirement?
So there's a couple things going on in that comparison. So the capital expenses that are in table 2, those are going to get recovered over time over the life of the asset. So what actually ends up included in the revenue requirement is just the annual depreciation expense of that capital. So whereas table 2 is showing the total amount of money that's going to be spent on capital in that year, the amount that will get recovered in the first year is only the depreciation expense for that year on that capital. So there's a, you know, that's probably the biggest difference between why the revenue requirement is much lower than the capital expenditures, is because of how that capital is being recovered in, over time rather than all at once.
Okay, so then the filing in October would be asking for the recovery of the revenue requirement and not the budgeted amount?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, as you were saying, the company will ask in October of this year for the revenue requirement projected for 2022. How will the costs for 2021 be collected?
So my understanding, and I think Ms. Saki can maybe address this a little bit better, but I'll try to help where I can. I don't believe that the 2021 costs have been expended at this point. As this proceeding has gone on, there hasn't been any activity to deploy any of this equipment or incur any of these costs. So I guess the way I think about it more is just that 2021 column just shifts 1 year, and the first year of the program becomes 2022 rather than 2021 presented here.
So that's your understanding of how it will work, but you're not entirely sure?
That's correct.
Ms. Sakia would know the answer to that.
I think she can better address how this rider would be placed into service given where we are in 2021.
Okay. Is the company expecting any review of the dollar amounts that are requested in October of each year? Any review by the commission or any of the parties?
I think there's a couple of opportunities for parties to weigh in. I think there's some stakeholder meetings that the company is planning on having with interested parties, and input can be received on the plan during those. And then also when the company makes the October 1st filing, parties will have the opportunity to review that filing as well and raise any issues that I think they see that are concerning. And then again, those costs that are included in the October 1st filing are estimated, and they will be trued up, and parties have another opportunity to review the actual costs incurred during the true up filing and investigate those costs. So I think there's opportunity for parties to review the revenue requirements.
Okay, because the commission, I guess, is going to be approving the budgets that are in your MCB 1, and the commission is going to be approving some budget flexibility in terms of MCB 1, but the costs that are going to get recovered each year are not based directly on those budgeted numbers, right? They're based on your revenue requirement numbers here in APF 1. Is the company asking that we approve the revenue requirement numbers in your APF 1?
I think the company is asking for approval of the budgets and the revenue requirement as they kind of work together. So the revenue requirement is what will actually be charged to customers during the year. But the revenue requirement will be based on the budget that the commission approves. And so they kind of work together. Whereas the budget outlines, I guess the way I think of it, the budget outlines, here are the activities that are proposed for that given year. And then the revenue requirement turns that into and here's the resulting rate that those activities would incur. And so I think it's both that is being requested.
But it's not entirely obvious how APF1 relates to the budgets in MCB1, is it? You mentioned the timing of the expenditures in MCB1 will go into service. You mentioned the depreciation expense associated with the projects, the plant that's installed in MCB1. It's not obvious, is it, what the relationship is?
So attachment 2, APF 2 to my direct testimony is a summary. It's essentially a summary table of the budget that is included with the TEP plan. And so that summarizes the costs that are going into the revenue requirement. And I think that's the tie that you're looking for between what's in the plan versus what's in the revenue requirement. So those tables in attachment APF 2 will tie back to the budget. The one additional piece is the capital, translating from expenditures to plant and service. And that is also in attachment APF 2, starting on page 16. There's a number of pages with some fairly small type, but colored headers. That is the file that will translate capital expenditures into plant and service.
So you're saying that these tables provide the link and you can determine APF1 and MCB1, those numbers by looking at these tables?
Correct. So for example, if you turn to APF attachment APF to page 11. So there at the top of the, there's two tables, Initiative 1 and Initiative 2, home service and public charging.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in the capital table. So if you look at under Initiative 1 in column 20 in 2021 column, the total number in gray is 65,600. And if you look on table 2 in the TEP, under the residential section on the capital line, that's 66,000. So that's how you can tie them back. And then again, under the public charging capital in table 2 in the TEP, that's 465,000. And then in attachment APF 2 on page 11, that table just below under initiative 2, total line for capital for 2021 is 464,680. So there's just a little bit of rounding going on in the table, but that's how you can match them up.
Okay.
And then the other tables, you can see the header on the top of the tables in attachment APF 2. There's capital, and then there's a section for O&M and another section for rebates. And so it kind of breaks it down like that. So you can tie those numbers back and forth between the TEP plan, the budgets, and the revenue requirement.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Those are the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you.
Is there any redirect?
I think just a few questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Freitas, you recall the conversation you had with the hearing examiner regarding how energy efficiency rebates are treated versus how we are proposing to treat electric vehicle rebates here, correct?
Yes.
Or I should say the rebates that are proposed in our transportation electrification plan here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do customers own the energy efficiency improvements for which they receive a rebate in the energy efficiency program?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? Do the trend
Sure.
on the
Do you
energy
need-
efficiency?
Do you need me to speak up or speak slower? Just so I
I
can.
missed the word after energy efficiency. Is it plan?
Okay. The question was, do customers own the energy efficiency improvements for which they receive a rebate as a part of SPS's energy efficiency plan? And if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the energy efficiency programs.
Okay.
So I can't say if they own them or not.
That's fine. Here, the rebates that SPS is proposing are proposed to address costs for infrastructure needed for EV adoption, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And SPS will upgrade chargers for which a customer receives a rebate at the end of their useful life, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all that I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Freitas. You're excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Okay. If we could just take a quick break to give him a chance to get onto the Zoom, I think that might be useful. And I'll let him know that he's up. Mr. Luth is watching on YouTube, I believe, so he probably knows it's his time to come on up.
So we'll stay here till he arrives, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it looks like we will get to Mr. Madsen today. If he's,
On that note, Your Honor, I did check with him and he's standing by. So we can have him on today if we have time.
okay. Thank you. And Mr. Stafford, the way we're going pretty quickly. I don't know if Mr. Kressick is going to be available.
I will make a call, Your Honor, and find out.
Okay, thank you.
Here's Mr. Luth is trying to sign on now.
And then I just out of curiosity emailed Williams to see if they have somebody for tomorrow, and they don't. But he's looking to push the hearing for Monday or Tuesday next week.
Tell him Tuesday.
Your Honor, just to let you know that if we actually finish Mr. Mattson, Ms. Porter can also be available today.
Okay. We're still waiting for Mr. Luth here.
I emailed him back and said, if they do PRC on Monday, they do one on Tuesday, then they do their staff meeting on Wednesday. Should that show up?
Oh, there he is.
Okay, Mike, you can turn your video on. Great. Would you like me to proceed, Your Honor?
Well, yeah, let's, well, you've called Mr. Luth. Mr. Lee, can you swear him in?
Mr. Luth, would you raise your right hand, please?
And turn off your mute.
And turn off your mute and unmute yourself, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Is my video?
Your video is working, and I can hear you as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
This is a test. Can you? Yes.
I think he's listening to YouTube in the background.
Mr. Luth, will you please turn off the YouTube window?
Thank goodness for modern technology.
It does get a little bit confusing if you've been listening to YouTube, to remember that that interferes with the Zoom.
I've had it happen before. There's like a 10 or 20-second lag.
Yeah. So Mike, once you have turned off YouTube and any other applications on your computer that could interfere, turn your video back on and turn your sound back on, or unmute yourself. Hearing examiner Shanauer, may we just take a 5-minute break? I can call Mike just to make sure he knows what he needs to do in order to make sure that YouTube doesn't interfere with his testimony.
Yeah, we can wait till you get that done. I don't want to have people sign off or anything.
Okay. Okay.
But we can hold on till we get it straightened out.
Did you tell him Tuesday?
I did.
All right. Was he amenable or was it just in an email?
From what he said was, what I said. Do you know what day they're gonna do it? Tomorrow, we might not be able to have it.
Mike, have you turned off YouTube?
Yes,
Okay, and can you hear me?
I can, and it's real time. I
Okay.
had delays. My apologies.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a stumble bump sometimes with this stuff.
Whenever
That's
you're
okay.
ready, Judge.
Would you like to re-swear him in? I don't think he thought he was sworn in.
Mr. Luth, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes,
Thank you.
All right, we'll try this again. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth. Can you please state your full name for the record?
yes, it's Richard M. Luth.
And can you identify for whom you are employed and in what position you are employed?
Yes, I'm employed by Southwestern Public Service Company, manager of pricing and planning.
And you should have 3 exhibits placed in front of you. The first is identified as Exhibit SPS 10. Can you please identify that exhibit?
Yes, that's my direct testimony.
Okay. And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections to this testimony?
not at this time, no.
And can you please identify for the record SPS Exhibit 11?
That's my supplemental direct testimony.
I'm sorry, I think you're looking at SPS Exhibit 12. SPS Exhibit 11 should be your rebuttal testimony.
That's correct. It was filed before the supplemental testimony. I was going in order of logic, I suppose. But yes, it's my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, so SPS Exhibit 11 is your rebuttal testimony. If I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained in this exhibit, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
No.
And SPS Exhibit 12, which you wanted to identify early, you can now identify. What is SPS Exhibit 12?
That is my supplemental direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Luth. And if I was to ask you the same questions today that are contained in your supplemental testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections to this testimony?
not at this time, no.
With that, Your Honor, SPS moves the admission of SPS Exhibit 10, 11, and 12 into the record.
Any objections? Hearing none, SPS Exhibits 10, 11, and 12 are admitted.
And I pass this witness for cross-examination. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask you about something you stated in your rebuttal testimony. You referred to, well, let's just start with page 4 of your rebuttal testimony. If you could turn there.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, we're talking about public EV charging service. And it looks like SPS has agreed that the rate to be charged to public charging service users would be a kilowatt hour rate rather than a per minute rate. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that amount, that rate that you recommend, on page 8, you say it is the equivalent to gasoline at $2.25 per gallon. Could you explain what you mean by equivalent? How is your price equivalent to $2.25 per gallon gasoline?
Yes, it's explained in the previous question and answer beginning on page 7. I did a simplified, I suppose, but I think also reasonable assumptions, comparing a 95 mile per gallon equivalent EV compared to a fairly fuel efficient gasoline vehicle at 30 miles per gallon. And so between the two of those, it's a ratio of 3.17, 95 divided by 30. And approximately 39 kWh is equivalent to 1 gallon of gasoline after accounting for lost power that occurs in charging. And with gasoline averaging 225, a 10 gallon purchase would be $22.50. And so 10 gallons is approximately 390 kWh for the same power value. And so $22.50 for 10 gallons converts to 5.77 cents per kilowatt hour for the 390 kWh. When you multiply that to get equivalent mileage between the 95 mile equivalent EV and the 30 mile per gallon gasoline engine, it comes out to approximately 18.3 cents.
I guess I'm getting at something more basic. Are you saying that the 225 per gallon equivalent to gas means it takes the same amount of cost per fuel to get a mile at 225 per gasoline versus the price you're recommending for EV charging rates? What is that?
No, not per. No, it isn't. It's not per mile. It's equivalent mileage because the EV gets approximately 3.17 times more miles per gallon than relatively fuel efficient gasoline vehicle at 30 miles per gallon. And from the items I looked at concerning EVs, 95 miles per gallon equivalent is conservative, as I've termed it in my testimony. There are vehicles that get better mileage equivalent than that, but 95 is toward the lower end of the spectrum. I think I saw as low as 80 for some of the older EVs.
I guess I'm still confused. So you used 5.7 cents per kilowatt hour. That would be the price that electric car drivers would pay to equal 225 per gallon, such that they would be paying the same price to travel a mile? For fuel.
I think they'd be paying less at 5.7 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's why I converted it to 18.3%, not percents, 18.3 cents. Get equivalent mileage between the two vehicles used in my example there. So because it takes less kWh to go a mile in an EV compared to a gasoline, in terms of equivalent power, because the EV rates that have been discussed don't recover our secondary general costs because of the very low load factors that are expected early on in this process. I concluded that 18.3 cents per kilowatt hour is a fair value and reasonable value to begin the process of public EV charging at SPS owned and operated stations.
So 18.3 cents is the kilowatt hour gasoline. It's the same price. My question before, if you're comparing what's going to cost me more, traveling by EV at 18.3 cents per kilowatt hour or jumping in my car that gets 30 miles per gallon at 2.25 per gallon gasoline. You're saying 18.3 cents is the equivalent of gas at 2.25, given all the other assumptions you've made. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I answered no initially. I hadn't really thought of it in terms of the question you asked. But with that conversion between the two equivalencies, I agree. That's how much it would cost to go, a mile at 18.3 cents per kilowatt hour compared to $2.25 per gallon.
So you read Mr. Baumhefner's testimony. Did you see that he testified the biggest motivator of EV drivers is their ability to save money?
I'm not sure what a reference is. I realize that is a motivation. I will point out that $2.25 is about 24% less than the average fuel that I looked at this morning on Gas Buddy for Roswell, New Mexico. That comes out to be about $2.80 right now. Obviously, the price of gasoline fluctuates as we've seen over the past year, 2 years. But at the time, $2.25 was equivalent. I think there's other motivations as well, such as, cleaner air, an EV, and other motivations as well.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, just a second. One of the hazards of Zoom hearings. Sorry about that.
I was just about to say, I'm happy it's not my 3-year-old, Stephanie.
Okay, so where was I? Okay, you were talking about the other costs involved. So that refers to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, where you state that the rates you're going to offer don't include costs of, let's see, before including the costs of fuel and purchase power, RPS energy efficiency costs, charged to other customers, as well as the EV charging facilities. So 314, you're saying that this 18 cents is actually not even really the cost to SPS, correct? Because,
Well, that's based upon a fully cost recovery rate using the load factors that I've assumed. And as I mentioned on page 6, our load factors for this equipment are expected to be maybe 2% compared to a secondary general service load factor of about 48%. And I should point out that the average per kWh rates that I've discussed in my testimony have to do with a demand charge that's applicable to secondary general service customers. That's not a posted rate in our tariffs. That's just an average based upon the test year from our last rate case.
I'm sorry, that was just an average based upon, and for some reason you're cutting in and out. Average based upon?
Billing data from our last rate case.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
you refer to the low load factor that you expect for these charging stations, 1.3%. And you would expect that to improve over time as EV adoption becomes more widespread, right?
Yes.
We would hope so anyway, right? Okay,
Yes.
So you state that, I'm on page 6, line 8. In general, it should be expected that rates charged to EV customers who charge vehicles at SPS's public charging facilities include the costs for SPS to build, operate, and maintain those facilities, because they are the customers who use those facilities. And my question is that you are basically characterizing the cost recovery principles consistent with your general understanding of cost causation. Is that what you're doing there in that paragraph?
Yes,
Okay. All
that's
right.
fair. Yes.
Okay. So are you familiar with the 62812, which is the statute that requires utilities to file applications to expand transportation electrification?
I'm generally familiar with it, yes. And that's why we're in this filing currently.
And you're aware that one of the requirements under the statute is that these programs be designed to contribute to the reduction of air pollution and greenhouse gases, right? That sound right?
I say I've memorized the statute. I'm aware generally that that is a goal of or an interest in expanding the EV infrastructure.
And just, I'm going to ask you to speculate if that's okay. Do you think the reason that is one of the criteria is because this statute is trying to address climate change?
Generally, I think I could accept that premise, although again, I'm not familiar with all that went into the formulation of the statute.
Okay, then I want to go back to your statement that it should be expected the rates charged to EV customers who charge at SPS public charging facilities include the cost for SPS to build, operate, and maintain those facilities because they're the customers who use those facilities. So my question is, if the statute is intended to try to, at least in part, try to do something about climate change, should we strictly apply that principle that would require the people using those charging facilities bear all the costs of paying for those facilities?
Well, that is not my proposal in this case. You know, as I mentioned, we probably close to $3.14 per kilowatt hour than 18 cents. But my review of the statute, which has been a while, and the purpose of our program is to expand EV infrastructure and spread the cost among all customers, not necessarily those specifically who charge their vehicles at public charging stations.
So it sounds like maybe you're backing off a little bit at that broad statement you made on page 6, where you said, in general, the people using those facilities should bear all those costs, right?
Well, it's a general statement there, and I'm introducing what I discussed later on pages 6 and 7, the $3.14 per kilowatt hour versus the 18 cents per kilowatt hour, and why there's a difference there. I think ultimately, you mentioned earlier in some of your questions, with increased adoption of EVs, say 30% of the vehicles out on the road now, I think that would be a legitimate purpose of the rates that are charged to EV customers for charging. It would probably be less than 18 cents. But at that point, perhaps there would be not much need for SPS owned and operated charging stations because it would be more widely for private interests.
Mr. Luce, hold on a second. You are bringing up a lot. I'm not sure we're capturing everything that you're saying, but I've noticed that when you sit closer to your computer, that it sounds a little bit better. So could you try that? Be a little bit closer.
Judge, perhaps you should restate that last sentence or that last statement, because I'm writing what I'm hearing, but whatever's being dropped, I'm not aware of it.
Mr. Luce, do you recall what you were saying?
Is he locked up?
I think he moved his computer closer to him and something happened.
I'm going to go off the record, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, you want me to read what I've got here while we're waiting?
Sure, go ahead.
I think what you mentioned earlier is in some of your questions, with increased adoption of EV, say 30% of the vehicles out on the road now, I think that would be a legitimate purpose of the rates that are charged to EV customers. It would probably be less than 18 cents, but at that point, perhaps there would be no money for SPS owned and operated charging stations because it would be more widely from private interests. Mr. Luff is gone now.
Yeah, I think he needs to sign in again.
I think something happened when he moved the computer.
Can you ask him to try and sign in again?
Judge, I'm just gonna go get some water. I'll be 30 seconds.
Okay.
Unmuted. Thought we might finish today at the pace we were going.
Something happened when he moved his computer closer to him, Your Honor, and he's had to shut down his whole computer and he's rebooting. It sounds like the moving the computer, he lost as something happened, so.
Well, I wasn't intending that to happen.
I didn't have everyone test what would happen during our Zoom training if they moved their computer, so things unanticipated happen, I suppose. I'm gonna stay on the phone with him just to make sure he has what he needs.
It's a good idea. Thank you.
I guess Carolyn Glick's hearing is going along.
It's still going.
I think they've only finished one witness.
Yeah, I guess it's still going then.
What hearing does Carolyn Glick have today?
It's on PNM's Facebook case, asking for approval of new resources for Facebook.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
It's actually in front of the commissioners.
Oh, wow.
The reporter taking it is my sister.
It's busy time right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I hope she's enjoying these kinds of cases.
So this is her first one or second one, maybe. It's a good way to learn, though, with the full commission. It's a good way to get your feet wet.
Yeah.
Those are challenging hearings to be taken down, I'm sure.
It can be.
Yeah, so many people talking and
A good hearing examiner makes all the difference.
Excel has an added level of security when you're getting back onto the internet, so he's going through that right now.
Okay.
It's not just a simple thing. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike.
Okay, I think he's joining us.
Okay, Mike, how about you turn your video back on?
Okay.
When you're ready, Judge.
Okay, well, let's go back on the record. Mr. Lee, when we were breaking there, you were reading the last sentence of what Mr. Luth had said, and just to give him a chance to make sure that's what he said and what next to say. So could you do that again?
Yes, sir. I think what you mentioned earlier in some of your questions with increased adoption of EV, say 30% of the vehicles out on the road now, I think that would be a legitimate purpose of the rates that are charged to EV customers. It would probably be less than 18 cents, but at that point, perhaps there would be no money for SPS owned and operated charging stations because it would be more widely from private interests.
Is that what you were intending to say, Mr. Luth?
There's a couple of inaccuracies there. So concerning rather than money, it would be no or less need for SPS publicly owned and SPS owned and managed public charging stations with a higher penetration of EV vehicles.
Okay, Mr.
That's what I was intending to say.
Go ahead, Ms. Sir.
Sure. Before I forget, could I have you turn to attachment RML-R1 of your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Luth? And that is original rate number 81.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you have some typos in here. Maybe there was a corrected version I didn't get, but where you see the paragraph that starts with the word charge, you still have in there 0.366 per minute, 0.183 per minute. Should that say per kilowatt hour where it says per minute?
You are correct.
Okay, so that is RML-R1, which is original rate number 81, where it says per minute twice in the paragraph. Actually, and then the idling fee should still remain 53 cents per minute, correct? In the second part of that section.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to get to that before I forget. Okay, so let me try to start back where we left off if I can. We were talking about the price that you had recommended. We set the kilowatt hour price for gas based on a $2.25 per gallon gas price. And the equivalent you recommended was 18.3 cents per kilowatt hour. Just rehashing, that's where we were at, right?
Yes, that's a fair summary.
Okay, so you understand that Mr. Baumhefner's recommendation was 8.4 cents per kilowatt hour, which equates to $1.26 per gallon gas. And I'll give you a page number for that because I don't expect you to have that memorized. That is page 28, line 8 of his opening testimony. But you don't need to turn to that, just giving you the reference. What happens if you invest all this money in the charging stations and you don't provide an incentive sufficient to be less than the price of gas? What might happen?
I think the incentives are in the home charging or maybe off-site charging, such as places of employment or shopping. I think our assumptions are less than 20% of charging is expected to happen at public stations where, a fee is charged. And the incentives are there in the programs that we have in the TEP that Mr. Briquet describes.
Since this is a new program, and as you said, the load factor is going to be really low, 1.3% at first, something like that. Don't you think it would make sense to start off with a kilowatt hour price lower than the price of gas at $2.25 to make sure those charge stations get used and we increase the load factors?
Depending upon your, orientation on this particular matter, I was trying to balance cost recovery from all customers who are going to be charged, will be charged the EV rider under a proposal. So they will be supporting the cost of the development of the EV infrastructure with a comparable price for the cost of the power to move EVs down the road to gasoline. So to me, it was a balancing act of, because as I mentioned, the 18.3 cents rate is less than the cost to serve based upon those load factors that are assumed currently.
And when you're talking about the cost to serve, I understand you're talking about all the costs, the capital costs of building that SPS owned charging station, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
along with the distribution and the production and transmission capacity necessary to get that power to that service point.
do you see a tie-in here with the way SPS has proposed to amortize these kind of capital costs over 10 years, providing a possibility to better match the collection of the revenue with the expected benefits to customers as EV incorporation becomes greater as we get more EVs on the road?
Well, I'm not sure what your question is here, so I don't know how to respond.
Okay, and I don't know if you're the witness to ask this question too, but earlier the hearing examiner was wondering if these programs are comparable to energy efficiency programs where we pay the entire cost of, say, program rebates in 1 year for energy efficiency rebates. And what I'm asking you is, given that we're going to have fewer users in the beginning, like you said, low load factor, I'm translating that to fewer users, but more users later, more load factor. And so there's going to be a mismatch between the costs and the benefits of these energy efficiency programs as they're rolled out. Do you agree with that?
To some degree, although as Ms. Lee was questioning Mr. Freitas on that the customers own the energy efficiency improvements typically. I think Mr. Freitas did not know the answer to that, but I think generally that is what occurs with energy efficiency projects, that it occurs at a customer's business or home. Whereas here, this is to expand the EV infrastructure, and it's SPS owned.
So the energy efficiency programs cost recovery method, this will be a statement, I guess. Let me try to put this in the form of a question. I don't want to testify here. Are you familiar with energy efficiency programs? Do you have anything to do with that in your job?
Not with the administration of the programs. I generally appear at our hearings for establishing, what our balances are, how much we've recovered under the riders and how much we've spent, although again, I don't account for those expenditures. I'm just aware of what they are and comparing the over and under recovery balances. It's a pretty limited role.
So, okay, great. Well, I think you're going to be able to answer my question then. Aren't the energy efficiency budgets driven by a legal requirement that the budget be a certain percentage of customer bills?
Yes,
And isn't that a reason it may not be appropriate to compare the collection of energy efficiency rebates as the money is spent versus here, where it may be more appropriate to amortize and match costs with benefits because we don't have that requirement of a percentage of spending like the energy efficiency programs do?
I have no comment on that. I think opinion.
Did you understand my question?
I believe it. I do, and that the hearing examiner, Mr. Freitas, to compare energy efficiency project funding and cost recovery with EV cost recovery here and the assumptions that go into the revenue requirement that Mr. Freitas has developed. And in terms of supporting the gradualism, if you will, of the EV cost, the company's program, I think, is the preferable version than having a 1 year recovery of all rebates, because it better matches the rebate and the years of service that are expected for the chargers.
Does it also better match the service with the benefits to ratepayers, such as the cost savings by having the grid better utilized, more sales in off-peak hours and things like that?
That can be one of the results, yes, with increased EV adoption.
On page, let's see. You criticize Mr. Baumhafner saying that Mr. Baumhafner does not apparently agree the amount charged to EV customers at public locations should include an amount for the recovery of costs to build, operate, and maintain the public charging facilities. That's your statement on page 5, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I just want to point you to his testimony on 28 and maybe refine what he's trying to say to help you understand. I think you all are maybe talking across each other. But so if you look on, I'll just read it to you if you're not there to save time. He says there's plenty of margin between the underlying electric prices and gas prices to allow the company to still recover costs not related to the electricity while still providing fuel cost savings. So I don't think he was saying that some of these costs that you're suggesting over and above just the cost of electricity should be passed on to customers.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the extent that Mr. is testifying right now and not asking Mr. Luth a question. Of course, if she has a question about this part of Mr. Baumhafner's testimony, that's fine, but she's no longer quoting from the testimony. She's now explaining the testimony.
Yeah, I'll sustain that. You really can't do what you were trying to do there.
No problem. I'd be happy to rephrase my question. Thank you. So I'll just read you. Mr. Baumhafner says there's plenty of margin between the underlying electricity prices and
I'm sorry, can you slow down and start again? Mr. Baumhafner says.
Sorry, David. There is plenty of margin between the underlying electricity prices and gasoline prices. In other words, to allow the company to still recover some of the costs not related electricity while still providing fuel cost savings. Okay, so I'm just reading the statement. Now I will ask my question. All right. So when you characterize Mr. Baumhafner's testimony on page 5 as saying he does not apparently agree the amount charged to EV customers at public locations should include an amount for recovery of costs to build, operate, and maintain the public charging facilities. He's not saying that exactly, is he?
I am going to object again. This question that Mr. is asking Mr. Luth to clarify Mr. Baumhafner's own testimony. I think the appropriate witness to do that would be Mr. Baumhafner or the replacement witness in this case. I don't know that Mr. Luth can figure out what he was saying.
I'll overrule that.
Okay, I was just going to say above what he's already said in his testimony.
I think she's asking Mr. Luth to reconsider what he'd said in his testimony, and after reading again what was actually said by Mr. Baumhafner. That's fair.
Okay.
Can you answer that, Mr. Luth?
Yes, sir. I must point out that I do not have a copy of Mr. Baumhafner's testimony right in front of me right now. I will say, though, that I will stand by my statement there that at 8.4 cents per kilowatt hour, which is the average secondary general rate from our last test year, does not include any costs for public EV charging stations. It's an average cost that does include demand charges to secondary general customers over the course of the test year at 8.4 cents per kilowatt hour. So because there's no cost for facilities to charge at public locations to charge EVs, I stand by my statement there.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Luth.
Okay, let me ask the remaining parties whether you actually have the amount of time you've requested from Mr. Luth. Mr. Stafford, do you have questions for him?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar, do you have questions for Mr. Luth?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McMath
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
and Mr. Begatko.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we don't have any questions for Mr. Luth, but we thank him for his attendance here today. Thank you.
Okay, well, that moves things along. I had a couple questions, just a few, and then we'll finish with Mr. Luth. There were a few questions referred to you in earlier testimony. One of those was about the company's time of use rates, whether a separate meter was required for a customer to use the company's time of use rates. What do you know about that?
There would be another meter required in order to separately record the usage for the charger from other uses at the home. But as an option for the entire location or premises, we refer to it at SPS, the meter would need to be reprogrammed. You'd need to actually change out the meter, and it would need to be programmed for the time of use intervals.
So would there be a charge for that?
There's a higher service availability charge for time of use customers. It's $1 a month compared to, I'm working from memory here, compared to the basic standard residential service rate to cover the cost of the trip out there and change out the meter and reprogram it. The cost of the meter itself is not significantly higher than a standard meter that's put out there now, but it does need to get reprogrammed to account for the intervals.
Okay, so I mean, you were breaking up in the course of that answer. So let me try and repeat what I heard, that there is a charge for a person to come out and reprogram a meter, and is that right?
There is a cost for that, but it is not directly charged to the customer requesting the time of use option.
So does the company provide a separate meter?
No, we change the meter for a customer selecting the time of use option.
Okay. And then going forward, is there an additional charge for a customer on a time of use rate to account for the meter?
I would like to refer back to my tariffs, if I may, for just a second. I will have to dig it up. I know that we've proposed that. I cannot recall at this time whether it was approved by the commission.
Okay, could you
If
do
you would
that?
like to, yes, I will. Your Honor, yes, it's $1 more for the service availability charge for the time of use option for residential customers.
Thank you. And then just one final thing. You were engaged in quite a discussion with Ms. Zur about the costs of operating an EV versus a internal combustion car. And I've always had trouble with all these equivalency numbers. Is there a way to just express dollars per mile of travel with an EV, the type of EV you were discussing in your testimony, compared to the dollars per mile with the internal combustion engine vehicle that you were discussing in your testimony?
There is a way. I haven't worked that out in advance of the hearing today, but there would be a way to do that. And if you would like, I can try to get back to you for that. I hope the parties would agree with my assumptions, but I could get back to you with that.
Well, would you need more assumptions than the assumptions that you have in your testimony here?
No, I don't think so. I believe that what I have explained in my testimony does do that. It's basically evenly matched between the assumptions that I have at 18.3 cents per kilowatt hour.
Okay, well, could you come back tomorrow with those numbers?
And you would like a cost per mile
Yes, for those
for the
two,
gasoline?
for those two vehicles that you were discussing in your testimony.
Yes, I could do that, certainly, yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Ms. Lees, do you have any redirect at this time?
I do not. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Luth. You're excused for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
My apologies for the interruptions. I had forgotten about moving my laptop causes disruptions, so thank you for being patient.
Oh, it's not an easy time here. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:25. We're in recess till 3:25.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, there we go. I will double and triple check. Yeah.
How you doing, David?
Good, Ms. Zer. How are you? It's nice to see you. It's a lovely dress.
Oh, thank you very much. How's everything where you are?
It's getting a little rain right now in Santa Fe.
Is it really? Send it this way.
A little bit. I'll do my best.
Before we go back on the record, I guess I should have talked about what's coming up next. Well, Mr. I think, which witness were you planning to present? I think SPS is done.
Madsen was next, I believe.
That was my understanding. In fact, he's probably in the waiting room now. Is
Oh.
that what you requested, Your Honor, to have him prepared to go?
Yes, thank you. And I'm in the waiting room.
Hopefully he's there now. If not, he'll be there momentarily. He knows we're starting at 3:25.
No, I think I see him. Okay. Well, let's go back on the record. It's 3:25. Ms. Lees, just to be clear, are you finished with your witnesses, at least for today?
I am, Your Honor. I think there's a couple of follow-up items that we have to get back with you on tomorrow. And just depending on the questions that are asked based on those follow-up questions, it's possible I could have some redirect, but for today, I'm finished.
Okay, all right. Then we'll move on to CCAE and Ms. Sir.
I don't see Mr. Madsen. Oh, there he is. Hi. Okay.
Mr. Lee, do you want to swear him in?
Mr. Madsen, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
Ms. Sir.
Lee. Good morning, Mr. Madsen. Could you kindly,
Afternoon.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over people already. Let's slow down here. Okay, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Travis Madsen, Madsen.
And what is your title or position?
I'm Transportation Program Director at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP.
On whose behalf are you testifying, Mr. Madsen?
The Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy.
Do you have CCAE Exhibit 1 in front of you?
That is Max Baumhafner's direct testimony, correct?
Yes, and you're looking at that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume Mr. Baumhafner prepared it, his testimony, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Are you prepared to adopt it as your own testimony right now?
Yes, I am.
And if I asked you the same questions and answers as found in Mr. Baumhafner's testimony, would your answers today be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any corrections to CCAE Exhibit 1?
No, I do not.
Are the answers in that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
With that, I move to admit CCAE Exhibit 1.
Any objections? Hearing none, CCAE Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Mr. Madsen, do you have CCAE Exhibit 2 before you?
Is that the rebuttal testimony?
Yes, you should have a rebuttal testimony with Exhibit CCAE 2 marked on the bottom of that. Would be
I have the rebuttal testimony, yes.
okay. And was this prepared by Max Baumhafner?
It was.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes,
Are you adopting it as your own testimony?
I am.
If I asked you the questions and answers in this testimony of Max Baumhafner, CCA Exhibit 2, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any corrections to make?
No.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I move to admit CCAE Exhibit 2.
Any objections? CCAE Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, would you like me to also admit the bench request or allow you to do that?
I think I already did that.
That's okay. That's right at the beginning. All right, Mr. Madsen, if you have CCAE Exhibit 3, that is the bench request, and that has already been admitted as Mr. Hearing Examiner. What is the exhibit number?
Number 6, Commission Exhibit 6.
Okay. All right, so we will not be admitting CCAE Exhibit 3, which is the same exhibit as Commission Exhibit 6. So with, I pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Stafford, you're up first.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Madsen. It's good to see you.
Likewise.
With all the strangeness of remote hearings, I realized another strangeness, which is that you and I are probably physically located no more than a few miles away from each other right now. And yet we're doing a New Mexico hearing. Would you please turn to the direct testimony of Mr. Baumhefner that you've adopted and turn to page 29 and let me know when you're there?
Okay, one moment. All right, page 29.
Thank you. So here you begin discussing your recommendation that time variant pricing be passed through to drivers as a default arrangement, correct?
Correct.
And when you say default arrangement, does that mean that under your proposal, site host would be able to choose not to pass along time variant prices to drivers?
Yeah, I think what we're envisioning is similar to the settlement agreement that parties came to with Excel, or Public Service Company of Colorado, in the case that happened there last year, where the default arrangement would be that site hosts receiving public funding for a public charging station by default would pass through time variant price signals from the underlying rates to customers. But after standing up the program, if they wanted to do something different regarding pricing, they could.
I know we're not looking at it, but it's my recollection that a customer would be able to exercise the opt-out ability in the Colorado program when they first sign up. Is that correct?
I don't think I got that specific in the recommendation in my testimony. Just that the initial terms of receiving the public funding would include the default of a time varying price signal being passed through to customers.
So under your proposal, when do you recommend a customer would be able to opt out of this default arrangement?
For CCAE, I think that our position is just that the initial default be a pass through of a time varying signal, and we'd hope that site hosts would continue to offer that time varying price signal. But we're not in the testimony. We didn't really specify a time period that would have to pass before the customer could change the offering.
So a customer, a site host, I'll say, a site host could decide on day one when their charger first begins operating that they're not going to pass on time varying price signals. Is that accurate?
I think we would leave that decision to the company and the terms they include in the contract that they sign with a site host regarding the the funding for make ready for a public charging station.
Okay, so I understand that you hope site hosts stick with the time varying pricing arrangement, but it sounds like you have no objections if a site host on day one were to say, time varying prices aren't for us, we're not going to implement a time varying price schedule.
I believe the position that company articulated in its rebuttal testimony, of Mr. Bell, aligns pretty basically with what we were asking for, that there be a default that the time varying price signal be passed through to the customer.
Did you provide any recommendations or did you propose a means by which SPS would enforce such a requirement?
I don't believe so, but I imagine it would just be in the contract that a site host would sign with SPS in order to participate in the program.
Okay. Are you aware of any other utility incentive programs in New Mexico that require utility customers that participate in that program to price their products and services in a certain way?
Not off the top of my head. I'm not aware one way or the other.
So just to take take an example, if a laundromat participates in SPS's business energy efficiency program, are you aware of any requirement that would require the laundromat to charge customers a higher price to wash their clothes during on-peak hours or anything similar?
I'm not aware one way or the other. The recommendation we made in our testimony, I think, is consistent with the statutory directive that the transportation electrification plans improve the use of the electricity grid. So narrowly on this one issue, the expansion of transportation electrification in SPS's territory, our aim with our recommendation is to ensure that customers of public charging stations know that there are times when charging is beneficial for the grid and times when it's not as good, and it would be good for everyone if those price signals were visible.
Well, isn't it also, all things equal, isn't it also better for the grid when customers wash their clothes during off-peak hours instead of during on-peak hours?
Generally, yes, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why time of use rates are smart, because it's the fundamental price signal that customers receive that nudges them to move load that's flexible to a different time of the day.
Right, but laundromats aren't required to encourage the folks who come to their laundromats to wash their clothes to charge them higher prices during on-peak hours, right? Even though that sort of arrangement would be good for the grid.
I don't know the answer to that question one way or the other, but hypothetically,
okay.
Hypothetically, if a laundromat were taking service on a time of use rate, I could imagine it passing those signals on to customers. I'm not aware of any scenario where that is happening or is required to happen.
Okay. So I believe you said this already, but you'd agree that when site hosts, turning back to charging station site hosts, when site hosts determine a price to drivers, it's likely that they will consider the price that they pay for electricity when they're setting the price of charging at their station. Is that fair to say?
I'm not a site host, so I don't know for sure, but I mean, I think there's probably a wide variety of factors that site hosts might consider when they're deciding what prices to charge.
Okay, then that would...
one of them should be how can we make flexible load benefit everyone who uses the electricity system?
That's a very woke site host in my opinion, but
that's a very, I'm sorry, a very
I'm sorry. It's late in the afternoon. I was making a joke. I apologize. I said woke, W-O-K-E. But I think the point, Mr. Madsen, that I think you said and would agree with is that electricity rates are just one of several costs that a site host has and that a site host will likely take into account when determining what they want to charge drivers to charge at their station, right?
Yeah, that's correct. But I think that in the case of SPS that filed this transportation electrification plan, to best align the offerings with the statutory directive to improve the function of the grid, a way to do that in a better fashion would be to make sure customers, public charging stations, receive a signal that on-peak charging is not as good as off-peak.
Are site hosts subject to the statutory directive that you referred to?
No, they're not, but they will have to contract with the company in order to participate in the program.
Okay. And just to flesh out the other types of costs that site hosts typically incur to host charging stations, some of those costs might be the cost of the charger. Is that correct?
Yes.
The cost of network services to manage the charger.
Okay, sure.
And potentially parking enforcement, right?
I imagine there's a variety of additional charges beyond the electricity cost, beyond the cost of electricity.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with, Mr. Madsen, with the term price elasticity of demand?
Yes.
And that's an economics term, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to. I'd like to. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to unpack this term a little bit, and then I'd like to apply it to our context here. So, would you agree with me that if demand for a good or service is elastic, that generally means that demand for that good or service is responsive to changes in price?
Yes.
And conversely, if a good or service is inelastic, that means that demand for that good or service is not very responsive to changes in price, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if EV drivers were able to respond to time varying prices at a particular EV charger, that would mean that demand for charging at that particular charger is relatively elastic, right?
Correct.
And again, conversely, if EV drivers were not able to respond to a time varying price signal at a given charger for whatever reason, that would mean that demand at that particular charger is inelastic, right?
Generally, that sounds accurate.
Oh, okay, thank you. And is it fair to say that the intent behind your proposal to require site hosts to pass on time varying prices is to encourage charging to take place during off-peak periods?
Yes, I would say to encourage to the extent that's possible. And, in the case where there's an inelastic need for charging, it would serve an educational function that, I think in general, people who own an EV, the more that we teach them that charging off grid is what you should do. And if you have to charging off peak is what you should do. And if you have to charge on peak, don't do it very often. I think price signals are useful for that.
Okay, fair enough. Do you agree, Mr. Madsen, that in order for EV drivers to respond to time varying price signals in the desired way, namely by charging off peak, demand would need to be elastic, right, by definition?
Yeah, I think the scenarios where people are most likely to be able to respond to price signals are, are public charging stations where a car would be sitting for a long period of time, like a level 2 charger at a hotel, for example. And a DC fast charger along a highway would probably be at less, you'd have less flexible demand there. But in our position, we think in both of those cases, there should be a price signal passed on to the customer that is reflective of the cost to provide the electricity.
Okay, thank you. And you answered my next question, which was, is elasticity of demand the same at all charging stations? And I think you provided some good examples of situations in which the elasticity would be different. And I believe you said that demand would be is generally less elastic at DC fast chargers along a highway. Did your analysis in this testimony look at elasticity or driver responsiveness to time varying price signals at DC fast chargers, or only at level 2 chargers?
I don't believe we looked at the elasticity of demand at any kind of chargers in my testimony. Mainly, the recommendation is aimed at the statutory directive to have a transportation electrification program that increases the efficiency of the grid.
Well, I realized that you were not the original sponsor of this testimony, Mr. Madsen, but would you please, don't need to read it all right now, but starting on page 30 of your opening testimony, there's some graphs, and I understood those graphs to be showing driver responsiveness to price signals. Is that not what those are there for?
I think maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. Those graphs in there, in my opinion, are to demonstrate that if users of a charging service do not see a price signal, then they'll just plug their car in whenever they arrive at their destination. Whereas if you do pass through a price signal to those customers, they generally will modify their behavior to shift the charging to a time that works better for the grid, as indicated by when it's cheaper to charge.
And do any of those graphs show customers responding to price signals, or no?
Yes, I think figure 10 clearly shows that customers in the Southern California Edison program referred to in the testimony, once they were put on a TOU rate, they generally shifted most of their charging till past 10 p.m.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. That was my understanding. So the figure 10 would show that for the chargers studied in this particular graph, that demand was relatively elastic, right? Because customers were able to shift their charging in response to price signals, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm wondering is there a similar analysis in your testimony for the elasticity of demand at DC fast charging stations?
I don't believe there's an analysis of demand of DC fast charging in the testimony.
Oh, okay, thank you. And again, I know you weren't the original sponsor of this, and that you don't work for NRDC like Mr. Baumhefner does, but are you aware that Mr. Baumhefner's colleague at NRDC, Mr. Miles Muller, has stated in testimony in Colorado that charging demand is generally less elastic at public DC fast chargers?
I'm not familiar with that specific testimony, but that is also my understanding, that DC fast charging is a different kind of use case than like a level 2 charger at an overnight stay or whatnot. And yes, I would expect different elasticity of demand at a DC fast charger.
And
Can
specifically.
you spell the name? Muller?
Oh, sure. Muller.
Thank you.
And specifically,
And
lower elasticity of demand at a DC fast charger.
okay, thank you. That was my next question. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Madsen. It was good speaking with you. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McMath, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Begatko.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, no questions for Mr. Madsen, but we thank him for his attendance. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Lees.
No questions at this time, Your Honor.
Wow. Okay. I also have no questions. Is there any redirect?
Just a brief redirect, if I may.
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, Mr. Madsen, what you have recommended, which is that price signals should be passed on as the default. ChargePoint, with its inelastic customer demand, is completely free under your suggestion to opt out of this passing on of price signals, right?
Well, I mean, I think that would be up to SPS and the terms they put in their contract. We're requesting that the contract for a site host wishing to take advantage of public charging programs include a term that the default pricing arrangement would be that that time varying signals would be passed through to the customer.
Why is it important to make that the default? If you don't make it the default, does it make a difference?
Well, I think if it's not the default, it won't happen. So putting it in front of everyone who wants to participate in a program funded with utility customer dollars, they should know that there's a way to do it that delivers bigger benefits, and that's maximizing the amount of charging that happens off peak.
So you were talking about time of use rates and laundromats earlier with Mr. Dunbar. So let's see, let's go with that analogy there. You understand energy efficiency programs have different kinds of offerings.
Yes.
And let's take the example of light bulbs. That's one of the offerings in energy efficiency programs, more energy efficient light bulbs, right?
Sure, replacing incandescent bulbs with LEDs or something like that, sure.
Does it matter when you use that light for the replacement light bulb to offer savings to the customer over the one it replaced?
Not generally. I would assume that the light bulb would have the same use pattern before and after replacement.
Now, time of use rates do something different than light bulbs, right?
Yeah, they encourage customers to shift flexible loads to times where it's cheaper to obtain the electricity and better for utilizing the grid assets that everyone's invested in.
Isn't it a safe assumption that if the laundromat adopted a time of use rate, that it works for them? They found a way that those rates will benefit their laundromat. Would you assume that it'd be in their financial interest, or they wouldn't?
Yeah, in general, I would just assume that customers would generally choose time of use rates when they can obtain cost savings.
So would you agree with me that in order for that laundromat to save money on the time of use rate, whether it's the laundromat and their lights overhead or the guys putting money in the dryers, they actually do have to use less energy on peak to save money? Isn't that how it works?
The business itself, yeah, the laundromat itself, I think would, to the extent that they were consuming more of their electricity during off-peak times, would save money on a time of use rate.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Madsen.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Madsen, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, did you have Miss Porter available?
Yeah, but I had no idea we would be moving this quickly, so shall I have to get in touch with her? If I could have a few minutes, I think she should be able to get on quickly.
Okay, let's just hold on while she does that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, would it be helpful for me to, well, I guess I would just ask your opinion if Mr. Wilson should be on deck, so to speak, or if you think there's not really any chance we'd get to him.
Well, I guess I'm not sure about Mr. Kressig. Mr. Stafford, did you reach him?
Yes, Your Honor, he can be available today.
Okay.
Her tells me she's waiting to be admitted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there she is. Okay. Mr. Lee, would you?
I can't hear you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You can't hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay,
How about now? Can you hear me now?
yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Mr. Lee, could you swear in Ms. Porter?
Porter, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give at the matter now pending to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sir, go ahead.
Morning, Miss Porter. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Let's start over. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record and spell it, please?
Ona Porter, O-N-A-P-O-R-T-E-R.
Could you state your title?
I'm the CEO of Prosperity Works.
And on whose behalf are you offering this testimony?
CCAE.
And that's the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do you have CCAE Exhibit 4 in front of you? Please say yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Could you identify that for me? What is it?
That is my direct testimony.
And did you prepare it or was it prepared under your supervision and direction?
It was.
And if I asked you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you have any corrections to make?
I don't.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I move to admit CCAE Exhibit 4, the direct testimony of Ona Porter.
Any objections? CCAE Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Stafford, did you have any questions for Ms. Porter?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, staff, do you have anything?
No questions for Ms. Porter today, Mr. Hearing Examiner, but thank you, and thank you to Ms. Porter for her attendance.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lees.
I have no questions for Ms. Porter today. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
I also have no questions. Thank you for attending.
You're welcome.
And you're
Thank you for doing
excused.
Thank you.
All right. So that's your presentation, Mr. Wright. Okay.
Rests its case.
Okay. Let's move on to WRA then. Can we have Mr. Kressig join us?
Yes, Your Honor, can you give me a few moments? He's coming up even faster than I anticipated.
Me too.
We all get the day off tomorrow if we finish today.
What do you think?
Whether or not we finish today, we're not getting a day off.
And we still have some SPS people coming back. Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Lee, can you swear in the witness?
Mr. Kresick, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Stafford.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kresick. Could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Aaron Kressig, spelled A-A-R-O-N, Kressig, K-R-E-S-S-I-G.
And what is your business address?
It is, oh man, I should have, give me a sec, I'm sorry. I haven't been into that office in a while. And you told me to be sure that I knew that address too, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
It's, it is 1536 Wine Coop Street, Suite 2100, Denver, Colorado 80202.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Western Resource Advocates as the Transportation Electrification Manager.
Did you prepare testimony on behalf of WRA in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have the document marked as Exhibit WRA-1 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify this document?
This is the direct testimony of Aaron Kressig.
Was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
If you were asked these questions today, would your answers under oath remain substantially the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony at this time?
No, not at this time.
Your Honor, I've moved for the admission of Exhibit WRA-1.
Any objection? Okay, WRA Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Mr. Kressig, do you have the document marked WRA-2 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify this document?
That is the rebuttal testimony of Aaron Kressig.
And was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
And if you were asked these questions today, would your answers under oath remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, I've moved for the admission of Exhibit WRA-2.
Any objection? WRA Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Zer, do you have any cross?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. McMath?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Staff?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, it's Mr. Kressig's lucky day. I had questions for him in the last TEP case, but not for this one. But again, I thank him for his attendance and I pass the witness. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Ms. Lees?
No cross-examination at this time. Thank you.
Okay, wow. Well, Mr. Dunbar? Oh, well, I'm sorry. Thank I have no questions either. Thank you, Mr. Kressig. You're excused.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm. Mr. Dunbar, do you think Mr. Wilson is available?
I've been in text communication with him, and he can be available at 4:15. So I know we already took an afternoon break, but I did tell him to put his tie on, and I believe he can join us at 4:15 if that works. And we're happy to go out of order if Your Honor does not want to take a break.
If it helps, hearing examiner, I would appreciate a short break,
Okay.
if possible.
Okay. Well, how about if we break till 4:15? We're in recess till 4:15.
Thank you.
Mhm.
driving is so clean, she shouldn't be that low, man.
She threw up all over herself.
Okay. Are we ready? Mr. Lee, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's go back on the record. Mr. Dunbar, do you want to call your witness?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Charge point calls Mr. Justin Wilson.
And Mr. Lee, could you swear Mr. Wilson in?
Mr. Wilson, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Thanks for joining us at short notice here. Mr. Wilson, do you have your 2 sets of testimony handy so that we can admit them?
I do.
And do you have what's been marked as charge point exhibit 1, which is your direct testimony in this docket?
I do.
And do you also have what's been marked as charge point exhibit 2, which is the rebuttal testimony of Justin Wilson that was filed in this docket?
Yes.
And have I asked you the questions in charge point exhibit 1 and exhibit 2 today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make today?
No, I don't.
And were charge point exhibit 1 and exhibit 2 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of charge point exhibit 1 and charge point exhibit 2.
Any objections? Hearing none, charge point exhibit 1 and charge point exhibit 2 are admitted.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wilson is available for cross.
Okay, Ms. Zer?
Yes, Your Honor. I have some questions. Mr. Wilson, I'm looking at page 7 of your testimony. I want to ask you about credit card readers.
Of the direct testimony?
Yeah, I'm
Perfect.
sorry. No, thank you for asking. I'm actually looking at your rebuttal testimony at page 7. So
Perfect. I'm there now. Thank you.
All right. You already knew I was going there, right?
I'll say it's a little whiplash this afternoon, but I'm happy to be here with you.
Sure. Okay. So I just want to, let's talk about credit card readers. You criticize Ms. Porter's testimony for not providing evidence that EV drivers find paying for charging sessions to be inconvenient or inaccessible without credit card and debit card readers. Correct? That's your criticism of her criticism?
I don't believe there was any evidence to substantiate the claims that were made.
Okay. And so your suggestion is that public charging stations should have should have 2 methods of payment, but the company shouldn't require specifically credit card readers, correct?
That's correct. I think, EV charging providers have every incentive to make their charging stations as easy and accessible as possible.
Do you have any evidence that low-income customers use Apple Pay?
What I have seen evidence of is that increasingly more low-income households have accessibility to smartphone devices, which I do believe many would have access to the two predominant payment technologies, Apple Pay or Google Pay, in greater and greater numbers. In fact, more households have access to smartphones than do have access to in-home internet services.
Have you submitted any evidence in this case as to the percentage of low-income customers that regularly use these alternative methods of payment, such as Apple Pay, Android Pay?
No, again, I did not make the recommendation that I was responding to in this case.
Do you have any studies or evidence about the how widespread RFID cards are amongst low-income New Mexico customers, utility customers?
I do not.
You state that data suggests that credit card readers are not widely used on DCFC charging stations, and you say credit card swipes represent less than 1% of transactions on its charging network, right?
I referenced a regulatory filing made by EVgo. I believe that filing was.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I referenced a regulatory filing, and can you say that a little slower? I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah, certainly. My apologies. I referenced a regulatory filing by a company called EVgo. And that company filed that document in an Arizona, I believe it was an Arizona Corporation Commission case, providing evidence on the percentage of credit card swipes on their DC fast charging network.
In what state?
I believe it was the Arizona Corporation Commission.
And that's based, in what time frame is that? What year? Do you know?
It was previous years. I'd have to go back and reference it. I don't know off the top of my head.
But our statute, our vehicle electrification statute, isn't the purpose of that is to encourage new people to become EV drivers, to adopt more EV usage, including low-income customers?
Yeah, I believe there's many ways the state can encourage EV adoption.
What percentage of gas stations in New Mexico don't take credit cards?
I've not done any research to know that.
Can you name any?
In the state of New Mexico, I cannot. However, I've visited many gas stations that do not accept credit cards.
But not in New Mexico.
I cannot recall a gas station that I have visited in New Mexico that has not accepted credit cards. However, I could not say for sure.
I want to ask you about Mr. Madsen / Mr. Baumwell's recommendations regarding passing through price signals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does ChargePoint utilize any other P&M offerings in the energy efficiency programs?
Does ChargePoint? No.
So do you, ChargePoint doesn't utilize time of use rates?
Well, I would call time of use rates a rate, not an efficiency program. ChargePoint's primary business model is that we sell EV charging stations and the software that enables those stations to run to customers, and therefore we are not generally customers of the utility and wouldn't have cause to utilize their rates.
you're not customers of the utility, you don't have rates? Where do you get your electricity?
I'll restate what I just said. ChargePoint is a provider of the EV charging hardware. We sell that hardware to customers, to PNM's customers, the site hosts, the people who host those charging stations, and the software that helps them run. Those customers of those site hosts are customers of PNM. ChargePoint is not a customer of PNM.
Do the site hosts, to your knowledge, utilize time of use rates?
To my knowledge, site hosts utilize a variety of rates. We're supportive of site hosts being able to utilize any of the commercial rates, and would encourage them to utilize a commercial rate available to them that really works with their business model. There's a variety of site hosts that have different business models, and different rates will work for those different business models.
Do any of the site hosts utilize interruptible rates?
I'm not aware of any specific rates utilized by site hosts in New Mexico.
How about other places than New Mexico?
Interruptible rates? I know that, actually, no, I'm not aware of any customers specifically that utilize interruptible rates.
Do you know what interruptible rates are?
Well, we could make sure that we're on the same page. I would consider an interruptible rate one that what does one of two things is essentially says that you cannot use power during certain periods of the day, or two, makes it such that the power would be so expensive that you would really not want to utilize that power during that portion of the day.
And do you understand it's a voluntary program? A customer signs up and agrees that in return for reduced rates, they would interrupt their load on request.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, and I would just ask Mr. to point to something that this seems a little far afield from Mr. Wilson's testimony, and I'm happy to let him have a hypothetical discussion, but if we could just ground this in, well, I'm not sure what it's grounded in.
Ms. Sir?
Sure. I'll just withdraw the question and I can move on. I think that it will become clear as I continue. So your position in this case is that PNM should not be allowed to offer its customers.
We're talking about SPS here, right?
I'm sorry, I have three cases.
We've been using that, we've been referring to PNM for a while, but we're all talking about SPS, I think.
I know, I still think it's morning too. I'm gonna. Okay, here we go. All right. So there is a point here, I promise. Can the utility condition the programs it offers to its customer? Can they set the terms and conditions to their customers of programs such as demand response or interruptible rates or energy efficiency programs?
Well, I think any programs are going to be, I would say, conditioned by the commission. That I think that PNM can suggest, program terms and conditions, and the commission should consider those in the context of the intervening parties and what is going to provide a program that meets the goals and is workable for the customers who could participate in those programs. I don't think it's an unlimited number of conditions that would be appropriate. Some conditions, from ChargePoint's perspective, like having charging equipment be Energy Star certified, make a lot of sense. Other conditions, such as interfering with a private transaction between an EV charging site host and an EV driver, may not be appropriate, and that would be ChargePoint's position that is not appropriate to really interfere between that transaction between an EV driver and a private EV charging site host. My understanding of New Mexico law is that it's pretty clear that EV charging site hosts are not regulated entities under the jurisdiction of the commission.
So does that mean that ChargePoint could sign up for a demand response program or interruptible rates and say that we don't have to do that because that regulates us and we can't be regulated?
Well, I would state again, just to be 100% clear, that ChargePoint, we are a provider of EV charging hardware to site host. Those site hosts are the customers of PNM, not ChargePoint. What I would say is that customer, I believe, should be able to avail themselves of any rate that's applicable to them. So if it's let's say, for example, a low load factor rate that is available to other commercial customers, and an EV charging station site host says, hey, I'm a low load factor customer, this rate makes a lot of sense for me, they should be able to avail them of that rate. If they are a EV charging station site host that believes, the standard commercial rate is a better option for them, I believe they should be able to avail themselves of that rate as well.
And likewise, if it doesn't work for them, they don't have to avail themselves of that rate, right?
I believe so. If they have multiple rate options that are available to them, they should be able to choose that rate option, the site host that works best for them.
You said when I asked you about conditions on programs, the utility's ability to place conditions on its offerings, you said that they should do it in the context, and I wrote this down, of the intervening parties. Is it more important for the commission to ensure programs conform to the requirements of the statute or to the requirements of intervening parties?
I think the commission is charged with interpreting the statute, and there may be several parts of statute that the commission needs to take into consideration. And I think the commission needs to understand the those perspectives of the different parties. And I think that the commission has to make a choice, when there are let's say, competing or different perspectives. And the commission will have to balance, what may make a program workable for site hosts and provide a good experience for EV drivers with the way that they interpret the statute and the way that other parties may interpret the statute.
So you understand, or let me start again. Mr. Baumhafner stated that by making the default to send price signals to the end users, that 90% have gone with the default. That's in his testimony. So in other words, setting it up this way results in higher adoption levels, 90% more. Do you dispute that?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Could Ms. Jur point us to where in the testimony, Mr. Baumhafner's testimony, that is? I may also need to make sure that Mr. Wilson has that handy. I know he has a copy somewhere, but.
Sure. If you look at the opening testimony of Max Baumhafner at page 32. And if you're there, it's
I'll just pause. I am not there. I'm hoping Mr. Dunbar may be able to email me a copy fairly quickly.
Yes, I am emailing that right now. The upload was competing for bandwidth with the Zoom, but it should be on its way to you now, Mr. Wilson.
In the interim, I can write it down. Was it page 32? Is that correct?
Yes, it was the bottom of page 32.
And I'm still waiting for it to come through. Apologies for the delay. All right, here we go. Okay, I've got it open now and scrolling to page 32. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I am on page 32 of the testimony. I am near the bottom.
So I'm kind of lost now. Now that you have it, let me just start again, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so on page 31, Mr. Baumheffner makes this statement. If given no reason to do otherwise, drivers will charge whenever they arrive at their destination. And then I'm going to 32, and at this point, we're talking about on line 5, a simple nudge in the form of a time of use price signal seen by EV drivers is sufficient to push EV charging to hours of the day when it benefits the grid. And I'm going down to line 11. The vast majority have chosen to pass through dynamic price signals to EV drivers. And as a result, 90% of kilowatt hours delivered in the program occur during off-peak and super off-peak hours. So first, I'm going to recognize this isn't an exact analogy to the situation of your host drivers with fast charging. But do you think the point is valid here that setting up a default to be the method that benefits the grid is more likely to encourage people to engage in that practice? I think that's the question.
Well, I believe that drivers, I believe that EV drivers, or so on our previous line of question, we were talking, my understanding was about rates to site host. And I just want to be clear, it seems like we're shifting this conversation to the rates that are a site host would charge EV drivers. What I would say here is that EV charging site hosts have a variety of different business models. Some may be an elementary school. Some may be a cafe or a restaurant. Some might be a traditional fueling station. And all those different business models have different considerations. I would say EV drivers are not monolithic either. There are people who are EV drivers that work traditional 8 to 5 work schedules. There are EV drivers that work third shifts. There are EV drivers who work nights as well. And I think what ChargePoint recommends is rate flexibility for the site host, and for site hosts to be able to price the EV charging services in a way that makes sense for their particular business model. One kind of thought here is that a lot of people adopt EVs because they can save money on this. And one way to save money is to perhaps find EV charging stations that are free. And we would encourage.
Question, we're really off topic from what I asked you. Do you mind?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to answer your question. I think it's a bad program design to force site hosts to pass along a particular rate to EV drivers, because it does not allow that site host to take into consideration their unique business case and why they may want to offer charging.
So Mr. Baumheffner is not requiring the site host to pass on rates. They're requiring an offering by the public utility to set up a default that the utility can choose whether that the site host can select to pass on or not pass on those rates to their customers, right?
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. Baumhoffner's recommendation. I still don't think it's appropriate. I don't think that the utility the utility doesn't tell a laundromat how much they should charge, or an ice cream shop how much they should charge. I think it's outside the scope of what is appropriate for the utility.
So you said we're switching to rates that hosts charge when I referred you to Mr. Baumhoffner's testimony on 32 and 33. So I would point out that once again, his testimony is the vast majority have chosen to pass through dynamic price signals to EV drivers. And once again, he's talking about the setting up of the program. He's not talking about utility regulating the rates of site hosts. That's what he says, right?
You're asking me to reiterate Mr. Baumhoffner's testimony. My understanding of Mr.
No, I'm not
Baumhoffner's.
asking you to do that. I am trying, you stated that his testimony saying setting up a default makes it more likely the host will actually pass on those signals. And you keep saying that's a rate, that's an improper regulation. That's a choice they made. That's in his testimony. They chose to enroll in the program and to use that default.
I'm not aware of.
Let me finish my question. Do you dispute that happened?
I have no reason to dispute Mr. Baumhoffner's testimony that he has.
Okay, thank you. Do you agree the commission should, never mind, I have no more questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stafford, do you have any questions for?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Bagatko?
No questions, but thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Very welcome, sir.
Ms. Lees?
Just have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Should not take long. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Thanks for being here on such short notice.
It's a pleasure, and I hope it saves everybody a little bit of time.
We appreciate it. Does ChargePoint participate in any of Xcel Energy's other home charging programs as a vendor in its other service territories?
Yes, we do. We've been a vendor in Xcel's Minnesota home, not recalling the exact name of that program, but a home charging service program in Minnesota.
Thank you. And as a participant in that program, is ChargePoint required to comply with any data protection or security provisions in the contract with SPS?
Yes, my understanding is we are. When we were that program.
Excuse me, I should clarify, in any contracts with Xcel Energy in Minnesota.
Yes. So my understanding is that program began as a pilot in Minnesota, and we went through a lengthy process with Xcel to make sure we were handling that data appropriately, understanding the constraints that constraints may not be the right word, the safeguards that the utility needed to implement for that data, and work closely with the utility along with another EV charging provider. I believe NLX is the other provider to make sure that we could handle that data safely and securely.
Okay. Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Wilson.
is that NLX?
My apologies, Mr. Lee. It is Enel, ENEL, and then the letter X.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Those were all the questions I had.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. I have a few questions for you. Could you turn to your direct test, your initial, it's called your initial testimony. It's on page 2.
Certainly. Okay, yeah.
On line 14, you say that ChargePoint is one of the world's largest electric vehicle charging networks. What do you mean by that?
It's a good question, and thank you for that level of detail. When we think about a charging network in the industry, from the industry's perspective, I'll say, we're really talking about the software that connects the charging stations together. We really believe that we've got an opportunity with the advent of mobile phones and the technology that is in electric vehicles to provide a much better fueling experience for drivers. And so when we think about a charging network, we think about all those charging stations that are connected through a common platform. And that platform is ChargePoint software, our mobile app that's available to drivers. In many cars, you can access the ChargePoint network through your in-dash displays like Apple Pay or not Apple Pay. What is Apple's? There's Android Auto and CarPlay by Apple. And then there's some native applications inside the cars as well. So the network is really the smarts behind the EV charging hardware.
So you sell the software to site hosts?
Yeah, so there's kind of two ways to think about it: the hardware, which does the work of the charging, and then the software. So generally it can be, we sell the software, and that does everything from allow site hosts to process the payment, to set the rates that they're going to charge the drivers to use the service. We can do demand response. We can do energy management. So the software has a lot of capabilities, and depending upon the capability needs of that site host and how they've set up their business, they could do a month-to-month software contract with ChargePoint, an annual contract, and I believe you can even sign service agreements for that software for longer than annual.
Okay, so you license the software to these site hosts?
I think I would refer to it a little bit more as kind of software as a service. So it's just an ongoing subscription, kind of like a subscription, maybe more than licensing.
What do you provide services? I mean, if it's a subscription, it's for some period of time, I assume.
Yeah.
And do you provide any kind of ongoing support for that service?
Yeah, so a couple of different things come to mind when we think about support. So in addition to everything that the software can do, again, processing those payments and participating in different energy management programs, we provide the site host with a support services. So if maybe they're having trouble with a charging station, it needs to be reset, or they've got technical questions, we have a customer service center and hotline that those site hosts can call to get those questions answered. And then the drivers of the EV drivers who have ChargePoint accounts, or those who don't have ChargePoint accounts and just want to charge at a ChargePoint station, also have access to a 1-800 number that's staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're trying to enable that frictionless experience as much as possible and make it easier for both the site host and the EV drivers that might utilize those charging stations.
Well, on line 16 of your testimony, you indicate that your network serves or offers services at more than 259 spots in New Mexico, and those numbers continue to grow. And then you list a number of types of customers. Can you sort of rank those types of customers in terms of who you provide the most services to?
Specific to New Mexico or just in general?
So start in general.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, they're all, I think, important components of this, and they'll vary from place to place. You know, we don't necessarily break down kind of in percentages that I'm aware of it along these lines. You know, I think, so when I think about it, so in addition to these that are listed here, ChargePoint also has a residential product. So somebody can put a ChargePoint level 2 charger in their home. And what we're really, you know, looking to do is provide, you know, just a comprehensive service. And so when we really think about it, we know that DOE, I believe, has some data that, you know, somewhere between 80 and 85% of charging takes place at either the home or the workplace. And so, you know, just by kind of the volumes there, you know, workplace and home charging are really important. And, you know, some people live in apartments as well, and some people, you know, work at retailers. So I guess I'm a little bit hesitant to say, to be quite honest with you, because it could be a little bit of business sensitivity around that information. But what I would say is that I'm aware of a significant amount of customers in each one of those categories that ChargePoint has sold product to.
Do you sell any product to gas stations?
We do. In fact, I believe it was, I know almost exactly when it was. It was in February of 2020. ChargePoint began a collaboration with the National Association of Truck Stop Operators. So very similar to, you know, gas stations. And we are working with them and their membership to deploy EV charging services across the US. We see the traditional fuelers as just absolutely necessary to this transition to electric vehicles. They've invested private capital in real estate and a fueling experience. And we think that having them be a critical component of this transition is really important. So yeah, I'm aware of, so I actually live here in Colorado, and we work with a lot of traditional fueling stations across the state in order to site EV charging stations.
Okay, in terms of the hardware that you sell for home charging, how do you have a variety? I guess you have a variety of home charging stations that you sell.
So in my time at ChargePoint, we've offered two. You know, technology products, you know, from time to time just evolve a little bit. And so we've had two different models, but we really offer one primary model, a 240 volt level 2 smart networked Energy Star certified charger to residential customers.
And how much do those cost? How much do you charge?
Ooh, boy, you put me on the spot there. So we'd be happy to follow up with that. I don't want to get it wrong. My marketing people would not be happy with me. I'll say just in general, a smart charger is going to cost in the range of, I would say, $550 to $700, depending upon the different bells and whistles. Different, you know, providers have slightly different products in the market.
Okay. And you said that you are a vendor for Excel in Minnesota, right?
That's correct. We are a vendor for Excel and participate in several of their programs up there.
Well, before I get to that, what are the types of bells and whistles that your home chargers provide?
Yeah. So, there's a, let me think this through a little bit. So there's a couple. So of differentiating products, I think, on the market. So from ChargePoint's perspective, a couple of the ones that I would note on the residential product are, again, it's Energy Star certified. It sounds, maybe a little bit standard, but in fact, it's not in the industry. And we think that that's a very important component for commissions to consider. If we're trying to do beneficial electrification, we really want to make sure that we're using those charging stations as efficiently as possible. And when those charging stations aren't in use, right? So kind of when they're not directly charging a vehicle, an Energy Star product will use about 40% less energy on a level 2 charging station than it otherwise would. So we think it's critical to that beneficial electrification and saves customers money over the long term. The charging stations, the software that integrates with the charging station allows EV drivers to schedule the charging time that they would like. So if a customer normally works 8 to 5 and they are participating in time of use rates, they could set the software on the charging station to begin charging that vehicle at their home when a little bit later in the day, maybe 7 or 8 o'clock at night or 10 p.m. All our stations are UL certified. So we see that as the industry standard for hardware and durability and safety. And I believe in this case, we've made a recommendation that charging equipment be tested by a nationally recognized testing lab, and UL is one of those labs. In addition, our home chargers have a very advanced metering infrastructure. And so in some states, we actually use the embedded meters in the charging station to integrate with utility billing systems. And so that it can allow in certain programs, if the utility does not maybe have meters that are available to do 3 different time periods of rates, we can do subtractive billing using the data on the charging stations and actually give customers customers access to more varied rates than may be available through the standard meters that the utility is able to offer. So those are just a couple of the bells and whistles there that differentiate ChargePoint's products.
Well, in terms of your work for Excel in Minnesota, what does that entail?
Yeah, so it's actually pretty similar to the scenario I just described, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues at Excel will give me a little bit of leash when I'm describing the program, because I do think it's a great program. However, it can be a complicated program, and so the program in Minnesota, what I believe Excel was trying to solve for is many of their customers, and maybe all of their customers, do not have advanced meters. And they were interested in allowing customers, in particular these EV drivers, to take advantage of time of use rates at their home, because it's really easy and convenient when you're at home, where vehicles, often sit in somebody's garage for 12 hours a day. And so they wanted to provide differentiated billing beyond what the meters on residential customers' homes allowed them to do. And so with the technology in the charging station, we're able to catalog when somebody is driving, match that up to the timestamp and the associated rates. And then we work integrate with Excel's billing system, which in Minnesota, I believe is a unique billing system from some of their other states. So I'll be careful there. To do what is essentially, my understanding is somewhat of subtractive billing, and be able to give those customers what I believe is a more time of use options than would otherwise be available to them. Kind of almost a bespoke, not a bespoke from a customer perspective, but a unique EV rate through the charging stations rather than the metering infrastructure, the normal metering infrastructure.
Does your work in Minnesota only involve collecting and providing information to Excel from charging stations that are charge point charging stations?
Yeah. So this particular program, the way it's structured, if I recall correctly, is that we actually sell the equipment to Xcel Energy, and then Xcel Energy has that relationship with their customer on an ongoing basis. And we use the data from the charging station. We collect that over a Wi-Fi signal and from the charging station. And then on a regular basis, I would assume monthly, but I'm not 100% sure, we transmit that data to Xcel so that they can integrate it with their billing system.
Well, I assume in Minnesota, I know in the plan in New Mexico is that not all, there could be a number of varieties, manufacturers of charging stations that are involved in the program.
Yep.
And your company would not be involved in the data collection from charging stations that are not charge point stations. Is that right?
That's correct. And to be clear, there are multiple home programs that Xcel has piloted in Minnesota. And in this particular program, we are one of two vendors. I mentioned the name of the other one, NLX, earlier. And my understanding, I don't know the results of it, but I believe that Xcel has offered to make that program available to other charging vendors. We may, so I believe that offer is out there. I'm not sure if other charging vendors have elected to try and participate in that program. You know, I would say that that particular program, you know, requires the charging companies to undertake some costs, right? Because it is a pretty, it's a program that's very specific to Xcel Energy up there and integrating with them. And so not all you know, charging companies may want to undertake that cost. We saw the benefits in it because we thought it was an interesting program to test out and wanted to provide customers with that option. And I hope it comes through in ChargePoint's testimony. You know, we are very big advocates of consumer choice in these programs. We want consumers, those site hosts, you know, if it's a residential customer, it's that resident, but if it's a commercial customer, that site host, to be able to choose the product that best fits their need. You know, I hope it's ChargePoint most of the time, but if it's another manufacturer of EV charging hardware and software that is going to best meet the needs of those site hosts, that's what we really want, is that competitive and dynamic market.
Do you do any data analysis, any analysis of the data that you collect to provide to Xcel in Minnesota? Or does it just involve, does your work just involve a transmission of the data that's collected by the charging station, sending that over to Xcel?
So in the Minnesota program, and in particular that metering data, I'm not aware of us doing any analytics on that. I think that's a pretty direct collect and remit to Xcel Energy. What I would say is, kind of again going back to the network and what that means, is that we do, we can collect a host of information from the charging stations. And we provide all of our site hosts with an online platform that they can look at. So they can go in and see things like the number of charging sessions that take place each day or each month. They can see, the duration of those charging stations, how long somebody, may have been plugged in to the charging station, how much revenue, a charging session generated. So there's a host of data, and we can make that available to the site host. But just to be very direct, I think we're not doing any data crunching on what we send Excel in that Minnesota program.
So does Excel need you to do what it wants to do with the data? I mean, what do you add that Excel couldn't get just by having the data from the charging station sent directly to them?
In the Minnesota program?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think that's more or less what we're doing, just to be clear. I think we're, the residential charging stations in that program connect to Wi-Fi. We collect that data and then send it to Excel. I think it's a function of ChargePoint has invested its private capital in developing this software infrastructure and can, very easily send it over to Excel, and the other vendor in that program, and LX, can do the same thing. So it's typical in a lot of public-private, cooperative programs. It's just one of those things that, the private industry has done, and it may not make sense for every utility, to undertake that sort of software engineering, use what's off the shelf for the most part, partner, and we can get that data over to them very efficiently.
Do you sell any of the data that you collect from customers?
In the Minnesota program?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge, and I would hazard to guess that would be very much outside of any mini commission rules, perhaps. So I'm not aware of that. Again, I believe it is, we've built the infrastructure to be able to collect it. We collect it, get it in the format that's right, and send it over to Excel Minnesota for them to integrate it with their billing system.
And how about in the networks that you facilitate with private customers?
Sorry, Judge, you broke up. And how about in the
networks that you facilitate with private customers? Do you maintain the ability to sell the data that is collected in regard to those networks?
So we own our data on the network. I am not aware of us selling any, individual customer data, but I would say that we own the data that takes place on the charging networks.
But do you sell the combined, aggregate data that you collect?
I'd happy to check on that. I know we have engaged with some research institutions such as the Department of Energy and others to be able to understand EV drivers better. So I think if perhaps Mr. Dunbar and myself, we can figure out the right way to answer that question for you. I just want to be cautious and say the right thing rather than the wrong thing.
Well, I guess I'm thinking about advertisers, car manufacturers, they might be interested in this kind of data.
I'm not aware of anything like that taking place, but happy to make that statement subject to check.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your testimony. It's been helpful. Is there any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and I'll be as brief as possible. I know everyone is probably eager to get to dinner. Mr. Wilson, I'd like to go in order. So thinking back to the early questions that Ms. Jure from CCAE asked you, and I believe she asked you a question along the lines of, do you agree that the purpose of the EV statute is to expand EV charging, including encouraging new EV drivers to adopt EVs? Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Would you describe it? Well, is there ways that ChargePoint does support new EV drivers through RFID cards that are provided to folks who purchase or lease new EVs? Could you describe that?
Yeah, I think we provide a lot of support to EV drivers. So one of the things that we've done over the years is develop a relationship with many of the automobile manufacturers. And in many instances, when somebody goes and picks up a new Chevrolet Bolt, for example, or a new EV, in that already in the glove compartment, you will find an RFID card for ChargePoint. So you can take that card and you can log on to your computer or call ChargePoint's 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, 800 number, and set up an account with ChargePoint. In addition to that, anybody can request an RFID card from ChargePoint, and we'll send one out.
And so I know it's not 100% of EV drivers, of new EV drivers, I should say, who necessarily get an RFID card. But is it fair to say that if you do, once you set it up, you have at least one way to pay for charging sessions on ChargePoint stations?
Yeah, that's right. And, combined with the other, options we have, we think we're offering drivers quite a few options to pay.
And if you use that RFID card, or if you install the ChargePoint app on your phone and link it to your preferred payment method, can you then also charge at public charging stations on other major networks?
Yeah, so kind of going back to the discussion we just had with Mr. Hearing Examiner is absolutely. So what the EV charging networks have discovered is, although our networks may be slightly different and offer different bells and whistles to the site host, what we can do is we can develop some bilateral agreements between the companies where we call them roaming agreements, very similar to the way that the cell phone market developed. And so ChargePoint has signed roaming agreements with all the major EV charging networks in the US, where if we have a roaming agreement in place, you can walk up and use a ChargePoint RFID card or the ChargePoint app to start a charging session at one of those other EV charging networks. And all the billing is facilitated behind the scenes. So it's a very seamless experience for the customer.
And just to close the loop on the payments issue, so we've talked about roaming agreements, which are facilitated through the RFID card or the ChargePoint app. Can you briefly describe the other ways that folks can pay for charging sessions at a ChargePoint charger?
Yeah, I hope I'll have to get out my fingers and count on, but I think I can get them all. So customers can, at the stations that require a fee, not all EV charging stations require a fee. Some site hosts offer that as a free amenity. But where there's a fee associated with it, customers can pay on charge point stations through the RFID card. They can use the ChargePoint app. So you can take your information and load it into the ChargePoint app. You can use Apple Pay or Google Pay on smartphone applications. You can use a contactless credit card, and you can call our 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week customer service line in order to initiate a charging session.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to turn next to the other topic that you discussed with Mr. And there was a fair bit of back and forth about terms and conditions of various types of utility programs. Can you just briefly say, why is CCAE's proposal to require as a default arrangement that site hosts charge time varying prices to the drivers that visit their station of particular concern to ChargePoint?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of concerns here. So the first concern is that we think that that's outside the boundaries of what's appropriate for a commission to condition condition participation in this program on. That begins to really look a lot like rate regulation when you're telling somebody they need to structure the payment for the services that they're offering in a certain way. So I think when we view this, we see site host as having a variety of different business models. We see EV drivers needing to charge at a variety of different times. And we think that, how that is structured is best in this competitive relationship between an EV charging station site host and that driver. So when that driver is looking for a place to charge, they're going to be looking for the place that offers them the best value at the time that they need or want that charge. And the site host is going to align the service that they're providing with their business model. And again, that might be to offer charging as an amenity, or it could be to offer to get that charge into that vehicle as quickly as possible and move it along on its way, in the example of a traditional fueling station. The other reason I would say is that, we're trying to, expand transportation electrification, and this requires, participation of site hosts throughout the state in order to bring their own capital and work with the utility programs to put this charging infrastructure in the ground. And the more conditions we place on site host and limit or constrain their flexibility, we think that's going to be pretty off-putting to site host. And what we want to do is encourage more locations to adopt EV charging and not less.
Okay, thank you. And do you still have Mr. Baumhefner's testimony that we looked at handy?
I do.
And this has been adopted by Mr. Madsen, of course. Looking at page 32 that we were looking at before, there on line 8, it's describing a program at SDG&E, California utility. And is it correct that the context, as far as you understand, the context of Mr. Baumhefner's argument here about the effectiveness of a default pricing to driver requirement is in the context of a workplace and multi-unit dwelling charging program?
That's my understanding, is that he's citing those particular programs, and the data associated with it is specific to those two particular programs, or the one particular program, I guess. Yeah, SDG&E Power Your Drive.
Power,
And is
SDG&E power what?
And my apologies, Mr. Lee. Power Your Drive.
Thank you.
and is it your understanding that it's CCAE's recommendation that their default pricing arrangement proposal apply to public level 2 and public DC fast chargers?
That's my understanding.
And you spoke a minute ago about ChargePoint's general reasons for being opposed to this proposal, but do you see any additional or particular concerns with applying a default pricing requirement to DC fast chargers?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, when we kind of step back for a little bit, we're really changing the dynamic of the way that people fuel their vehicles. In the traditional fueling sense, right, you've got this combustible material that needs to be handled very safely. And so everybody goes down on whatever frequency, once a week, twice a month, once a month, and charges at a traditional, puts gasoline in their tank in a traditional fueling station. When we talk about transportation electrification, any place with utility service is a potential charging station, right? So that's residences, workplaces, anywhere where your car can sit for a period of time, you're able to plug that in. And we really believe that level 2 charging is super beneficial and critical to getting the benefits of beneficial electrification. Those loads can be steady and consistent over time and have very little kind of spiky impact on the grid. But we still need to make sure that we're enabling an EV driver to go from community to community or state to state or across the nation. And in order to do that, we need to offer these fast fill options, such as DC fast charging. And so when you're in need of DC fast charging, generally speaking, you're trying to get from one destination to the other as quickly as possible. And so the price inelasticity at that point in time is very kind of critical. So somebody pulls up to a DC fast charger, they're trying to get from, Albuquerque up to Denver. They're just trying to get there as quickly as possible. And so they're going to pay whatever that rate is. We've seen, different attempts to kind of shift that public charging load, in particular, maybe some of that DC fast charging load. And it's just not a very elastic product at the end of the day.
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all I have.
Okay, good. Mr. Wilson, thank you. You're excused. Appreciate you coming in so quickly at the last minute here. Before we go off the record, tomorrow we will be taking up staff's witnesses, but I guess prior to that, we'll have the SPS witnesses who have a few items that they need to provide. So, okay, so unless there's anything else, we're gonna recess now till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I have a couple questions, Hearing Examiner Shanauer. It doesn't need to be on the record, though.
Okay, we're off the record.
Okay, for the witnesses, SPS witnesses appearing tomorrow to follow up on a couple of issues. For the update on bench request 1-2, is it sufficient for your purposes that Mr. Wilson provide a verbal update to that bench request, or would you like SPS to file a supplement to that bench request?
Whatever is most convenient for him. Verbal would be fine.
Okay. I think just in the short period of time we have, it might just be easiest for him to tell you verbally what the updated numbers are.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
And-
Ms. Lee, did you refer to Mr. Wilson or did?
I meant PK.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. I looked away for a minute and I was worried I missed something. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I've been on, it's a long day. So,
It's a long day.
and verbal responses to the rest of the information you requested we follow up on, okay? Or would you like us to file anything?
Verbal's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is that it? Oh, Mr. Dunbar.
Oh, well, I see Mr. Bogato has left. I was just going to say, I felt badly for the witnesses that I waved cross on for not giving a heads up to their counsel. And so I was going to give Mr. Bogato that at least we don't have any questions for staff's witnesses. I can send him an email though. I was just thinking in case they could be waived and not need to show up, but it's probably too late for that.
On that note, hearing examiner Shanauer, the only questions I have for Ms. Dashno tomorrow are regarding two possible exhibits that SPS identified in our pre-hearing memo, and that's staff's responses to SPS's Discovery 1.1 and 1.2. We actually attached those to Ms. Sakia's testimony, but not the verifications. So it's up to you. If we were going to have her verify those were her answers on the record and enter them into exhibits tomorrow, but if you are happy with us just verifying what's attached to Ms. Sakia's testimony, we could do that as well. I guess it's up to you how you would like us to proceed with that.
I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking whether they are already need to be readmitted? I mean, I think they already are admitted.
They're admitted as attachments to Ms. Sakia's rebuttal testimony. Would you like us to have Ms. Dashno verify that those are her answers on the record?
That's up to you.
Okay, that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. We won't enter any other separate exhibits.
Okay.
So it should take 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Okay. See you tomorrow morning.
Thanks.
Mr. Shanauer,
Oh, yes, Mr. Lee.
we use the same link as today.
I think it's the same link.
I believe you set it up as a recurring meeting, so I'm just asking it's the same link.
So it's the same link as far as.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.